Leap Africa Social Innovators Program Fellowship, representing a powerful force dedicated to driving positive social change across sub-Saharan Africa. This collaboration between TFS Cargo Bicycles and Leap Africa is not just a fellowship, it's a profound commitment, a pledge to uplift lives, ignite innovation, and sustain the future. In the year 2017, three visionary brothers, sons of a farmer, came together with a shared purpose to eradicate the widespread social menace of head loading in sub-Saharan Africa. Having witnessed firsthand the challenges faced in transporting farm produce and essentials, this ignited a flame of determination within them. Thus, TFS Cargo Bicycles, also known as the Farmer Sons Cargo Bicycles, was born. Their vision was clear: to provide eco-friendly, affordable transportation solutions tailored precisely for the unique needs of African communities. Our journey took a significant turn when Leap Africa recognized the potential of our vision through the Social Innovations Program in 2021-2022. Leap Africa became the wind beneath our wings, providing us with crucial trainings, mentorship, guidance, and unwavering support. Their belief in our mission prepared us to the stage where we stand today, on the brink of a transformative era. At the heart of our mission lies the elimination of manual head loading, which is the practice of carrying goods, produce, and essentials such as water and firewood on the head. We do this by providing affordable, eco-friendly intermediate means of transportation to underserved communities, with a particular emphasis on smallholder farmers. But our vision goes beyond mobility. We envision a future where every underserved individual, especially those at the bottom of the economic pyramid, is equipped with the means to move themselves and goods effectively and sustainably. The impact of our social enterprise has been profound. Over 1,000 jobs created through the use of our cargo bicycles, augmenting the income of numerous families and bolstering local economies. By reducing food spoilage and enhancing farm practices, we have played a pivotal role in the advancement of smallholder agriculture, a lifeline of many African communities. We have empowered the younger generation with essential skills for sustainable future through bicycle frame manufacturing and skill enhancement programs. Through community development initiatives, we have fostered social cohesion and gender equality. By reducing carbon emissions and integrating green technologies, we have contributed to environmental preservation, ensuring a greener tomorrow. Gazing towards the horizon, our vision stands firm, our resolve unyielding. We are embracing innovation with electric assist bicycles, enhancing efficiency and reducing environmental footprints, also introducing cold storage solutions powered by renewable energy, ensuring the safe transportation of perishables and reducing food wastage. Simultaneously, we harness the power of intelligent mobility solutions such as GPS systems to improve the traceability of products. We are fostering entrepreneurship at the grassroots, empowering individuals to transform their communities from within. Moreover, we're extending our reach beyond Nigeria, contributing to sustainable solutions in Africa. In conclusion, our journey is not merely a testament to the progress we have made so far in conjunction with Leap Africa. It's a call to action, an invitation for collaboration, and a promise for a better tomorrow. Together, we are architects of change, builders of sustainable, equitable, and empowered future. Thank you, Leap Africa. With your support and our shared determination, we will continue to pedal forward, leaving a trail of positive impact in our wake. Thank you for being a part of our transformative narrative. Together, let's empower futures and usher in a new era of prosperity to all. Thank you.
Please, one more time, a round of applause for Samede. Splendid work you and the team are doing. When he mentioned provision of work for the young Africans and reinventing an eco-friendly system for cargo delivery, I thought that the hall was going to go agog. Please, a round of applause for them. Thank you so much. And now, would want to invite the co-founder, Uncle Paddy, Dr. Adora. Please, a round of applause as we welcome Dr. Adora. Please, I think we need to encourage her a bit more. Thank you. She's just sorting out something. Please keep those hands busy till she makes her way here. Thank you so, so much.
Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be here. Able Board Director, good morning, ma'am. Good morning, team members of Leap Africa and the entire SIP cohort. Of course, a big wave and recognition to my fellow SIP fellows who are ably seated here today. I'm Dr. Adora A, and I will be taking you through a journey of over 125,000 cancer patients who are saddened in so many communities, and how we've been able to navigate, mitigate, and provide life-saving solutions to this patient. Unfortunately, my slides are, but forgive the technicalities, I will just walk around that. Cancer is a debilitating condition. Nigeria has over 200 million people, but it's sad to note that less than 81 clinical oncologists are currently available in the country. Each year, Nigeria records about 63% mortality when it comes to cancer care. Our patients spend at least 12 weeks, before they are being seen by an oncologist, and majority of these patients have to travel long distances because 18 out of 36 states in Nigeria do not have a clinical oncologist. And so, for us at OncoParty, we are a digital health innovation company that is on a mission to empower confident cancer care decisions for patients, clinicians, and leading healthcare companies. Until date, we've served over 4,000 patients across Nigeria, with more than 60% of them being caregivers. We're able to navigate, we're able to educate, and we're able to provide clinical support for these patients through our teleconsultation platform, our remote symptom monitoring tool, and more importantly, we're also able to work with our healthcare professionals to create evidence-based and clinical insights for our researchers and our professionals, whilst collaborating with various partners, some of which Leap Africa is one of them, in sharing best practices in mobile health and research. We basically get patients not just to treatment, but even through treatment with a variety of services. From our web platform, which provides, booking, consultation, and telemedicine, to enable you to join communities that provide you with the support that you need, to our rich library of educational series that provides you with information on life-saving support when it comes to cancer care, what you need to know about cancer, how cancer starts, what are the treatment modalities, what are some of the lifestyle management that you should entail. We also have our OncoParty ACT platform, and this platform allows for multidisciplinary care across multiple specialists, from our oncologists to our radiologists to our pathologists and the likes. We currently, because we understand that while online care is important, there's also the need for the physical infrastructure. And so we are able to support our current health system by providing digital health hubs in multiple locations. We currently have 3 hubs, one in Lagos State, which is at the College of Medicine, one in Ogun State, and one in Kebbi. Our patient-reported outcome tool, which is our most recent product, is an electronic platform that enables patients who are on treatment to report their side effects in real time, chat with doctors, and more importantly, these patients are able to go through their journey with limited side effects. We're able to educate patients, empower patients, and improve their quality of life while generating real-world data. We've recorded so many successes, but I think our greatest success is being a part of the Leap Africa journey. And we are grateful for that opportunity, and we'll continue to be grateful because that opportunity has opened doors for us and has allowed us to receive more and more fundings to enable us scale this life-saving support. We beckon on you to join us today to improve the efficiency of patients and their journey with their experiences. Join us in providing these tools that enable patients to access oncologists and access healthcare professionals that also enable us for cost containment and system sustainability, and enable us to transfer these solutions to other low and middle income countries across Africa. Thank you all so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Adora. Please let's put our hands together for Dr. Adora one more time. And if there are any investors or social innovators in the house, or people who are curious or have ways in which they can support this alumni that we have showcased to you, please reach out to them, check out their website, look at what they're doing, talk to people about what they're doing, and find ways in which you can support them, invest in them, and continue to increase the reach and the impact of the work that we do.
And it's been 10 impactful years of supporting innovators to scale their enterprise across Africa. But before we turn to the screens, please do note that there are barcodes on the screen on our left and on our right. You can scan them to have access to the brochure. Please scan and you will have access to the brochure. But right before that, just after that, we would get into the testimonials of the SIP alumni. The SIP alumni have something packed for us to take a note from. Like my friend would say, jot something from. Ladies and gentlemen, please do focus on the screens on the left and on the right. Thank you. Multimedia.
All right, we have a few technical glitches while they work on the volume for the documentary, so you have a wholesome experience. I would go on to encourage you to scan the brochure. If you have issues with your internet, please connect to the venue Wi-Fi. It's called conference or guest, and the password is all caps L2YS72JC2. So I'm going to go over that again. Conference or guest, and the Wi-Fi password, all capital letter, L2YS72JC2. Right?
Okay. We would get into the documentary in a bit once we'll get that sorted. But for those online, do not forget the hashtag still remains hashtag SIPAfrica. SIP 2023, please. Hashtag SIP 2023. And do not forget to follow us on all social media platforms. Leap Africa. Leap Africa on all social media platforms. Are we ready? Or do we require a bit more time?
Okay, we definitely need more time. So let's see. Big Mo, how are we going to keep these people company?
Well, I was thinking of doing a business, but I'm yet to take a decision on what direction to go.
Okay.
I was thinking of something eco-friendly.
So should we get them to warm up? They look cold.
They look cold, kind of, yes. And I'm sure they would definitely want to interact. Well, it is a networking event. Please make sure that you know the person seated on your left and on your right. Make sure, because we might, for some funny reason, come to meet you and just find out. So please take cue, find out the name of the person seated on the left and on your right. You don't know where that might take you to. It might be the key to your next invention, your next innovation. Okay, now you can see they're all warming up gradually. I can hear chit-chats.
Okay, because my idea was going to get them to stand up. But you see, yours is better. But if they don't meet themselves, I'm going to get them to stand up, and in their beautiful dresses and regalia, I might make them jump.
Wow.
So, meet yourselves, or else we'll do an exercise where we physically get up and stretch our limbs. You know, we're yet to have our tea break. We're going to have that shortly. But while we prepare ourselves for that, please meet the person beside you. Ask them what they're doing. What did they do? How did they contribute to change in Africa? What made them smile this morning? What made them happy this week? What are they looking forward to in this year's Sipa award? So please meet the people close to you and let's engage.
And, okay, if your neighbor is not communicating, introduce yourself to your neighbor. In a very polite manner, please. Just tell them, hello, hi.
Big Mom, what
Yes.
made you happy today?
What made me happy today? Oh, well, I work on radio, and the ability to be able to communicate with people on a daily basis actually keeps me going.
So right now you're very happy because
Yes.
you're communicating with a room full of change makers.
Exactly, not virtually now.
Okay, awesome. So while we wait for IT to sort out the documentary that I'm very excited for us to watch, hello.
Okay.
Hi, room.
Okay, I guess the documentary is sorted. Can we mellow down the chit chat? Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I shouldn't have started it, I know. Please focus on the screens on the
I
left.
became an SIP fellow in 2019. In the course of my research, trying to read up, what young people are doing in the non-profit space, I realized that a couple of the young persons who I knew at the time who were doing great stuff were previous SIP alumni.
I was not really an organization. It was more like a passion. So joining the SIP was a transformation. I got equipped. I understood what I really wanted to do beyond passion.
The inspiration for SIPA is coming from an older program that started as long as we had started the youth leadership program in 2004. We were reaching out to young people in Nigeria, equipping them with leadership skills and challenging them to create sustainable solutions, or what we described at the time as community development projects. And because of that, we saw a lot of amazing change projects emerge, which gave back to aggregating these projects together to say, how about we pick the most outstanding from this project and showcase them to the world.
And then when we started recognizing them, we saw that it's not enough to recognize them. We need to also resource and equip them to be able to build their enterprises beyond pop and shop. A lot of small businesses or startups don't go beyond the 5-year mark. And so these are the statistics that began to inform the intervention called the Social Innovators Program.
I can't place any value to it. Being in the same room with those people, I may not have been in the same room with them again.
The online classes, the philanthropy university online courses that we took on advocacy, the action plan we designed for a whole year.
How to raise money. Utiva has gone to raise almost $3 million in grants. How to set up a board, how to register your organization, and all these little things, all come together to build you as a social enterprise, and as a social entrepreneur.
One of the critical parts of the Social Innovators Program is that there's a 3 to 6 month mentorship phase where they are having sessions with their mentors, these fellows, and their mentors are specifically picked based on the areas of needs, the areas of interest that the fellows have.
I'm still in touch with my mentors here today. Anytime we're making an application or trying to apply for a program, the fact that we are alums of Leap Africa, it gives us that edge, and we get asked about it, or how's the program, So I think that's something that we wear very proudly anytime we're talking about, what we've gone through.
once you're an SIP fellow, you stay within that community. LEAP is there to support you in different ways. So I remember we had to jump in, do product development workshops for some past SIP fellows, help some of them rethink their business plans, or maybe just provide the LEAP facilities for them to conduct their trainings, or provide that funding, or speak on their behalf to one funder or to one high-level partner that they require in their journey. So it's a lot of that business support service, social sector support service that LEAP also provides in the background, and become a wing behind the sail of all these SIP fellows and alum.
When I went to business school, the lecturers, all but one, said it was something that would die on arrival, because it didn't make sense for strangers, people who don't know me, to buy food for their baby on the internet. It didn't make sense. Looking back, I wouldn't have dreamt that we'd be here today. We're in our own property. We're expanding even the facility.
The CO2 that we're offsetting by these solar installations being installed. So on a per 0.5 kVA system that is installed, we're offsetting around 110 kg of CO2 from every installation that we do. And till date, we've done over 100 installations so far.
It's been fulfilling, it's been rewarding, and we've made an impact. We've won both local and international accolades and awards for this. And people have been impacted, our community has been cleaned up.
We used to call them no-income women because they had no source of livelihood. But now, after they made Mama Money, they now have a skill that they're using to generate income to feed their children, to educate their children.
You have not lived this life if you have not changed someone else's life, right? And so for me, it's really making that change, making that drive in my community. And more importantly is, people always say bloom where you are planted, right? Bloom where you are planted. And where I'm planted is on this earth, in this Nigeria, in this Lagos, and it's my mission. I've seen what cancer does. I know how many deaths we record due to cancer every year in Nigeria. And so I'm on that mission to say those numbers, we're going to change it. We're going to reduce the mortality rates associated with cancer in Nigeria and even in Africa, if possible, by God's grace.
Let's put our hands together again for our social innovators. $10 million in 10 years. The reach is amazing. Please, let's continue to clap for them. Now, we're going to move on to the next session, which is our first panel session of 2 panel sessions today. Surprisingly, this panel, not surprisingly actually, excitedly, this panel is an all-female panel, and we want to use this opportunity to encourage the females in the room. If you have not been a part of the Social Innovators program, please be on the lookout, apply for it, be a part of it, be a part of those who are pushing for change and bringing value in our communities, in our countries, on our continent. So please, moving on.
Just before that, I'm being notified that we have the Special Advisor to the President on Presidential Enabling Business Environment Council and Investment, Dr. Jumoke Oduwole. Please, a round of applause for her, please. Also with us, we have from the International Youth Foundation, Roni Morongo. Please, a round of applause for him. Also, we have with us from Global Center on Cooperative Security, a board member in person of Adeolu Adewumi. Please, a round of applause for him as well. And we also have with us Okoji Roslyn Ujeje from the Central Bank of Nigeria. Please a round of applause for her. And we have representatives from Africa Youth Growth Foundation as well. A round of applause, please. And from Palladium, we have Omoru Eric. Please, a round of applause for them. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Big Mo. So moving on to the panel, our first panel session is on a very important topic for innovators, investment. Now, innovators are constantly looking for investors. They are constantly trying to be investment ready, and they are constantly trying to bring gains on the investments that have been put into their ideas and their businesses. So we have put together a panel with seasoned experts, subject matter experts who are experienced and who have deep knowledge and deep understanding on how investment works. Now, this panel session is titled Unlocking Impact Investment for Scaling Social Innovation. So those social innovators in the house, social innovators in waiting, those who aspire to be social innovators, this is a great session for you to pay attention to. And we hope that you're able to take so much out of this session to improve your businesses, improve your ideas, and continue to push the work that we encourage you to do. So moderating this session, we have Etemore Glover. And please let's clap for her as I read her bio as she comes up. Etemore is an impact investor, philanthropist, and social entrepreneur. She is currently the Chief Executive Officer of the Impact Investors Foundation, a nonprofit organization founded in partnership with the Ford Foundation, Africa Capital Alliance, Business Day Media, Bank of Industry, and Dalberg Advisors. As the CEO of the Impact Investors Foundation, she is responsible for implementing its vision and strategies and coordinating projects. In the last 2 years, Etemore established the National Advisory Board for Impact Investing, the highest national body responsible for promoting social investments in the country and building the market infrastructure. Please, let's put our hands together again for Etemore. Now, our second panelist is Tosin, or our first panelist, because Etemore is our moderator, is Tosin Dabiri. So Tosin is the Acting Managing Director, SME.NG. Tosin leads SME.NG and the Venture Invest team at Chapel Hill, Denham. A seasoned banker with over a decade of experience in the financial services industry. She's responsible for the company's venture investment in startups and SMEs, as well as women-led businesses, women championing women. And she served as a relationship manager in the institutional banking division of GTB, where she was responsible for managing million-dollar telecommunication corporate organizations and structuring multi-million-dollar facilities for the corporate CapEx deployment projects. Please let's put our hands together again one more time for Tosin.
And to introduce the second panelist, Adeolu Adeomiza, who is the board member, Global Center on Cooperative Security. Adeolu is a US-trained actuary and international HR management consultant with over 2 decades of professional experience in financial services. Her career has spanned continents with executive positions held in the USA, Europe, Asia, and now Africa. She is a proud member of the various esteemed professional bodies, including the African Angel Academy, the Boardroom Africa, the Chartered Insurance Institute of Nigeria, Institute of Directors Nigeria, the Nigerian Actuarial Society, and the Women in Management, and as well Business and Public Service. A round of applause for her, please. She's also generously volunteers her advisory and mentoring services to multiple organizations in recognition of her contributions to the insurance sector. Adeolu was honored as one of the top 50 women in insurance in Africa by the African Insurance Organization in 2022. And now to invite the third panelist who would be joining us virtually. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause as we welcome online Temilade Denton, who is the head social impact and ESG to Alitair Capital. Temilade is an investment professional specializing in social impact and environmental, social, and governance, focused on delivering sustainable growth solutions that yield superior financial and social returns for all stakeholders, especially women. Currently, the head of social impact and ESG at Alithia Capital, a private equity fund manager, Temilade is responsible for leading the impact and ESG direction of the funds and portfolio companies, including Alithia IDF, a pioneering $100 million gender lens investing fund targeting growth stages SMEs in sub-Saharan Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Temilade. And now, we'll hand over to Etomo.
Thank you very much. A round of applause to our coordinators. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to be here and to coordinate this session, Unlocking Impact Investment for Scaling Social Innovations. But I'd like to first start by thanking Leap Africa and congratulating the board and the leadership of Leap Africa for your work and for organizing this event. So, a bit of a background. Impact investing is gaining a lot of prominence globally. It is growing. In Africa, it is estimated to be $10 billion US. And it's also estimated to grow to $40 billion by 2030. But if you put this vis-a-vis our social and development challenges, it is really meager. However, it's interesting to see that this growth is caused by the number of social enterprises in the continent, the increasing availability of data. Also, the scale of our problems in the continent creates an opportunity to make both positive impact as well as financial returns. So sectors like agriculture, education, financial inclusion are some of the sectors that are attracting the most investments. So these sectors are critical for development in the continent, also for Nigeria. And mentioned earlier on, the kind of returns that we are getting is interesting. For instance, in agriculture, we get an average of 50% returns. And what are the kind of impacts we are making? Food security for millions of Africans. And also in sectors like education, in Nigeria, we have over 20 million out-of-school children. So we are seeing investment in education sectors, and investors are getting returns as much as 12%, and also improving outcomes in terms of increasing the number of children that are able to go back to school. So this is a win-win, and we need this kind of investment to scale across the continent to solve our social and development challenges. There are so many examples of impact investments, just to mention a few across the continent. We have Agribusiness Capital ABC Impact Investment Fund that invests in early stage agribusinesses in the continent. And they've invested in over 50 companies and have created 10,000 jobs. In Nigeria, we have like Sahel Capital. I'm proud of the work that they are doing. We have Babangona that have solved a lot of challenges in terms of access to capital for smallholder farmers. And we also have M-Pesa Mobile Money Services that was launched in Kenya. And that has revolutionized financial inclusion in Africa. Now with over 50 million users, M-Pesa has received significant impact investment, which have helped the company to scale rapidly and expand to other countries. In Nigeria, we have Paga, and I'm happy to say that Alithia Capital has invested in Paga, and Paga is doing very well. So today we have a group of panelists that will unlock conversations around unlocking impact investment for scaling social innovation. And the conversation is so important because social innovators require a certain kind of capital that your traditional private equity venture capitalists are not able to invest in. So we need impact investment, not only just impact investment, catalytic capital that can scale solutions. So today we have a group of panelists that will speak to some of the questions and hopefully provide some recommendations that Leap Africa, you can push forward to help provide solutions. So first, I will start with the lady online, Temilade. Now, first question is, with African impact investment market growing at 10 billion US dollars, and it's going to be 40 million by 2030. The question is, how can investors capitalize on this remarkable growth to ensure this rapid growth is not only financially rewarding, this is so important, also it's important that we get the kind of social impact.
Your mic is muted.
Okay. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me now?
Although you're muted again.
Okay, I think it's some technical issue. Okay, I'll come back to you. Just confirm. Technical, please, can you make sure that my voice filters into the screen so Temilade can hear me? All right. Thank you very much. So let's just start with giving an opportunity to all the panelists to first introduce themselves. I'll start with you, please. Adeolu. 1 minute, please introduce yourself and your organization, and then we'll get to Temilade. Thank you.
I won't go into the full introduction because I think an intro was done. But what I would say is, if there are two things you remember about me today, is that I call myself a global Nigerian and a lifetime Afro-optimist. And why do I say this? So this passion, this purpose, this love for my continent has been something that's been pervasive over my life. I left Nigeria, or I was emigrated from Nigeria at a very young age. And from the moment I landed in the US, I insisted that I would be coming back to Africa, coming back to Nigeria. It took a bit longer than I had planned. I returned to the continent only in 2017, 2018, 5 years ago. I returned to Nigeria in 2020. But in that path, from the US to Europe for 7.5 years, a couple years in Turkey, and then landed in Nairobi. In Nairobi, invested with as a strategic investor, €500 million across the continent. And then one of my first investments was a small insurance company here in Nigeria. And so was asked to step in as the MD in 2020. So I was a COVID CEO. And now that I have exited the corporate side, really then been able to focus on this passion, this love that I have for Africa to build and support startups and social entrepreneurs as like yourself to be able to build a professional and sustainable business that really can stand up on the world stage. So world-class organizations coming out of Africa and bringing Africa to the world.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Round of applause. So next, please tell us about yourself and then a bit about SMENG. Thank you. Do you want to try this?
All right. Hello, everyone. My name is Tosin Dabiri, and I'm the acting MD for SMENG. So SMENG is a gender lens impact investment firm, and it actually runs the first Nigerian all-female accelerator, non-tech accelerator, where we've had over 1,000 female-led businesses graduate from our program, and I've also helped them in getting financing to scale their businesses as well. Yeah, that's what, my bio has said most of the things about me.
Thank you very much. SMNG is doing really well in terms of providing financial solutions to women. And women are very important if we're going to solve some of our challenges in this continent. And finally, Temilade, can you confirm you can hear me now?
I can hear you clearly.
Awesome. So before we dive into your question, please just introduce yourself and a bit about Alethea Capital, and then we'll go into your question. Thank you.
To be able to join you this morning. I wish I could be there in person, but thanks to technology for making the connection happen either way. I'm Temilade Denton. I am also a proud fellow of Leap Africa. I think I joined the program in 2011 or so, and so it's nice to be able to come back. I've participated in different capacities since then, but it's always good to be back on this platform. So what I do, I run the ESG and impact direction at Alethea Capital. Alethea is a social impact investing PE firm based in Lagos, and the way that we envision and the way that we define impact is, we look at businesses that create accessibility, affordability, or inclusion into underserved markets. And that means that it translates to investing in businesses that are always solving a social problem, an environmental problem, or an economic problem. And so, of course, like, our work focuses then on unlocking impact through investing. We invest in Nigeria, Ghana, and across sub-Saharan Africa. Notably also, we founded the very first private equity gender lens investing fund on the continent. That fund reached its first close in 2020 at $100 million. That fund invests in businesses that are either women-led, women employing, or businesses that provide a number of goods or services, especially essential services, to women. So that's me, and that's also what we do at Alethea.
Yeah, thank you very much, Temilade. Just staying with you. I mentioned earlier on that impact investing is really gaining traction and is growing.
You're muted, Etemari.
Okay. Technical, can you please solve this again? So there'll be a bit of a feedback, but I could just quickly ask my question so Temilade hears and is able to respond. So Temilade, can you confirm you can hear me now?
I can hear you now.
Awesome. So please, there may be a feedback. Just bear with me. So I mentioned earlier on that impact investing is growing quite significantly. It's estimated that the growth rate is about accumulated average growth rate of 18% globally. In Africa, it is estimated that it's going to grow from $10 billion to $40 billion by 2030. My question is, how do we position impact investors to take advantage of this growth? And not only just focus on the financial returns, but also focus on the impact that it can make across the continent. How would impact investors like Alethea Capital take advantage of this growth?
Thanks for that question. You're right, impact investing and the funds available for impact investing have been growing. And what we find that continues to happen is the investment landscape is becoming a lot more focused. Right now, the entire world is concerned with climate change and the environmental impacts of our daily lives, and what the environment is going to look like in actually already now and in the coming years. So what that translates to from an investment landscape is that there are a number of funds that are dedicated to tackling this challenge. And what we have found is that especially with impact investing, and not just impact investing, these environmental, social, and economic challenges have become they've started to receive a lot of focused attention. So then you have funds that are dedicated to solving problems or dedicated to one aspect or the other, like specialized funds. So for instance, we have a gender lens investing funds. There are a number of climate funds. There are healthcare funds, education, etc. And so what has been happening is that you either invest out of a specialized fund, or because these challenges are so pervasive, the environmental, social, and governance aspects, that's the ESG aspects, or the particular problem that you're trying to solve becomes mainstreamed into or incorporated into a generalist fund, if you would. So in that way, you don't only have to invest out of a fund that is dedicated, for instance, to climate change. But even if you are investing, for instance, in like manufacturing and retail, you can have, climate and environmental considerations, focuses, metrics, reporting, etc., within a generalist fund. More and more, and especially after COVID, ESG considerations, environmental considerations, social impact considerations have become a lot more widespread, a lot more mainstream. People are not looking at impact investing as just one tiny siloed thing on the side. COVID helped us to realize how interconnected we all are, and how things are not just about dollars and cents in terms of your top line and your bottom line, but it helped us to appreciate things like the supply chains, the health and well-being of your employees, your immediate environment, hygiene, etc. Things that we had not paid enough attention to before. And the truth is that even all of these also affect your bottom line. But what impact investing does is it helps you to account for those things in a much more deliberate and specific manner, and it also helps you to drive the outcomes that you want to achieve.
So I'm just going to pause here at that point. A very interesting point you said, just because of time. So I'm seeing a paradigm shift. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, there's a paradigm shift, I hear you say, in the minds of impact investors now because of the trends in the market towards ESG considerations. So I'd like to just take this to the next question here. Adeolu. Now, I know as a consultant, you're working across the continent and you're seeing these trends. My question is, what specific factors would you say are driving the increasing interest for investors into the African markets? These trends that Temilade mentioned, is that all, or are there other things that investors are looking at and coming into the African continent for investment, particularly for impact?
Well, I would confirm and support what Temilade said. ESG has become sexy, if I can say that. And it's really, trends are not always a bad thing. And I think that we as Africans, as African organizations, can jump on the bandwagon. It's not something I usually like to say, but in this case, it's actually relevant. As Temilade mentioned, because of COVID, because of other circumstances, a lot of companies, a lot of countries are starting to understand how interwoven we are. And so everyone is trying to show how ESG friendly they are, show what they're doing around ESG. In addition, we're coming into younger demographics. We used to talk a lot about the millennials. Now we're talking about the Gen Z, Gen Alpha. Don't forget about them. 2010, that means they're becoming teenagers, or they became teenagers this year. So the world, and particularly this part of the world, is becoming very young, and their interests, their passions, what they want to focus on, the companies and organizations they will support are now being very much driven by what those companies, what the purpose is behind those companies. So younger people care about the environment. They care about the rising levels of poverty. They care about rising levels of unrest. And so they will support and they will destroy companies who do not focus on these topics. And I think that's something that we as Africans are well placed to, like I said, jump on the bandwagon and ride this to support and bring in capital to our organizations here.
Yeah, thank you very much for saying that. While you were speaking and also trying to add what Temilade said, we are looking at the trends. We see more funds, coming into the continent. The Gen Zs are asking, for more accountability from, stakeholders. How do we, and this is for you, Temilade, how do we prevent impact washing? How do we prevent it? Because it's so important now. Everyone wants to say that they're doing impact investors, and now people are not, or investors are not true in terms of deploying capital to social innovators. But the funds that should go to those who are actually deploying impact capital should go. But then people label themselves as impact investors when they are not. How do we prevent impact washing, Temilade?
A very critical question, as you said, especially as more funding is coming in. I think that first of all, it starts with the mission. It starts with the mission of whatever business is. The mission needs to be articulated to ensure that there is a problem that is being solved. And that mission then needs to translate into the model of the business. It needs to translate then also to the metrics that are put in place to ensure that whatever mission it is being achieved. Metrics hold you accountable. They help you to track. They keep you focused. And it's not then a matter of, just checkboxing and filling in information because your investors require you to. The truth is that there is a big mindset shift that's happening, and we are all learning. Like even the professionals within this space, things are changing so rapidly. We're all on a learning journey. So greenwashing happens a lot of times almost as a first step. Like maybe that's a generous way of looking at it. But then the more people understand the actual importance of ESG as a value creation lever, the more they can actually properly integrate it into their business. And so sometimes people just start reporting on ESG without actually making changes to their business to make themselves more, I don't want to say more compliant, because we're trying to actually move out of, the frame of compliance to actually driving change, to actually, pushing for the upside, the additionality that comes with, better practices, better policies, more environmental friendliness, more social innovation. Those things should not only be looked at as risk mitigants, but they should also be looked at as opportunities that can be enhanced, that can even be themselves revenue generators for the business. They can help you to expand your market. They can help you to identify new products, new partnerships, etc. They can help you to unlock value for your business, for your investors, for your stakeholders. And I think that it's when there is a proper understanding of that alignment, and you're not only looking to just check boxes because of your investors, or because you need to send out some report. It's when it's internalized that the business can then push forward with an ESG or a social impact mission that is actually true and has integrity.
Thank you for saying that. Thank you very much. Very apt. I think one of the things that which I think is important is how do we strengthen the practice of impact investing. You mentioned moving from compliance, which is just about ticking boxes, to looking at how we can incorporate ESG into the internal processes. There's also impact measurement and management, which is very important. We need to hold our investors accountable. How are you designing your internal decision-making process so that the outcomes are considered ab initio, as opposed to just having you tick boxes and at the end of the day you come out to say, oh, we've done well. But actually, the innovators who should be receiving these funds, who should also go back to translate your mission through their work, are not really getting the right type of funding. So it's important that we start looking at investors and holding them accountable. How are you, delivering these funds? How are you using these funds to make impact? So please, it's something that we have to go back again. Working with the National Advisory Board, it's important that we see how we get IMM systems into the investors' thesis from the beginning. So now I'm coming to you, Tosin. Now, given the positive returns reported in sectors like agriculture and education, we mentioned earlier on that we have about 15 to 12% returns. How can other sectors like healthcare, that the investment in healthcare is really so low across the continent. Even renewable energy, there's such a huge gap. When you talk about energy access gap in Nigeria, it's so huge. How can we position such sector to leverage impact investment, addressing the pressing challenges while offering attractive returns to investment? You can also give us some example of investment you're using. Yeah.
Have to use yours. Thank you, Tamara. So let's start with renewable energy and what can be done to scale. I think it's already being done, right? Because now, especially in Nigeria, there is the electrification project that is happening right now. I know for the firm in which I work for as well, Chapel Hill, we have an infrastructure debt fund as well, in which we've been able to invest in companies that now go and provide renewable energy and electricity to places in Nigeria that don't usually have one. And we see that most of, even the DFIs as well, AFDB has a fund for renewable energy, AFDB and some other, and the World Bank as well. So in terms of just having public policy to encourage businesses like that, we're seeing that as well. One of the companies that we've invested in is a fintech company, but what we've noticed is that now they've added asset financing to support SMEs, and that is in creating power, because most SMEs, what they need for their business to scale and growth is access to power. So they are offering asset financing for renewable energy products to be able to get that. And they just released this Board of Finance 3 months ago, and right now is making at least 15% of their revenues. So it is getting back to our point in that there is social impact in investment, but there's also financial returns as well. In terms of health tech, we also see that regulation now is kind of easing on that as well. We see a rise of a lot of health tech companies right now. We just saw one of the alumni of Sipa as well. And we also see that, as Timilade said, there are a lot of funds right now going into the healthcare area, sector as well. And apart from, usually social impact investing was usually more DFIs they were doing, but we're seeing more people enter, just like even philanthropists entering this market as well, and also the PE firms as well. So now there's actually enough access to financing to be able to support those sectors, as well as the fact that most of this financing also wants to go to sorting out the SDG problems. And so that as well, there's a lot of, I think in the next couple of years, you would see that renewable energy and healthcare as well will get as much impact as education and agric has done. Yeah.
Just staying with you now, I know that you're working with women. How do you support more women, particularly women social innovators to have access to this opportunity that you have? We cannot talk about development without seeing how we can support women more structurally.
So, as you know, I'm sure everyone knows that SMEs are the ones powering development right now. I think one of the data given is that I think SMEs provide about 90% of the employment, especially in Nigeria. So, and most SMEs also are run by women, so which is why, you know, SME-NG is there to support them. So some of the support we've done, especially for social innovation, is that we've been able to give grants. So we have a renewable energy grant that we gave about 10 companies to help them scale and support them as well. And then after COVID as well, we got a grant from a DFI, and we're able to support at least 20 female companies to, you know, survive the effect of COVID on their businesses as well. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, the topic is unlocking impact investment for scaling social innovation. If you have any question, please just raise your hand and the microphone will be brought to you. Any question, please just raise your hand or you write it and they will pass the questions to me. I think I'll go to Temilade before I come to you again. We talked earlier on about financial inclusion, and companies like M-Pesa are providing innovative ways of solving financial inclusion across the continent. I know that Alethea financed Paga. Can you please speak to how we can use that model to provide social finance, particularly for social innovators? Temilade.
Thank you. Paga was one of Alethea's very first investments, one of our earliest investments. At the time that we invested in the company, they didn't even yet have a license. It's important to note that the way that the business started out, they were focused mostly on, on payments, on facilitating payments. And because we had a fund that was focused on financial inclusion, through that fund, we were only investing in traditional microfinance. But because the greater aim or the mission was financial inclusion, we then looked at the Paga opportunity as a route to improving financial inclusion. I'm sure the company itself needs no introduction to you all. Paga is one of the largest fintech companies in Nigeria. It was founded in 2009. It started off as payments, but now they do so many other things. They provide a host of financial services. And at that time, the mission was very simple. Just how do we get financial services into the hands of anybody with a mobile phone? Some of the stats were brought up earlier. Across the continent, actually, financial inclusion is quite high. Cash is still king, of course, but even just by using digital technology to bring especially people at the base of the pyramid into, or giving them access to formal financial services has made quite a big shift. And we've started to see that number of the financially excluded in Nigeria to continue to reduce because of companies like Paga. Now, I think right now the company has about 21 million or so users, which, that's growth of almost 400% since we invested. They have about 46,000 agents spread across the country, and they have over 100,000 different touch points that you can access their services with. And it's funny that, you mentioned M-Pesa. So M-Pesa and Paga, they're similar in many ways. Both of them started off as mobile money. But to your point and to the general theme here about unlocking actual investments, one of the main differences between Paga and M-Pesa is that M-Pesa started off actually as CSR. It started off as CSR for Safaricom. I don't know what year.
2013 or so.
To see, the benefits, and then it started to drive real investment towards M-Pesa's activities. Of course, Paga did not start off that way, but both companies have grown, have been very significant in improving financial inclusion in their different regions, in attracting private investment, in building the infrastructure and the environment for other financial services to be able to be delivered digitally. And they've actually gone a long way in just unlocking a world of access to people who didn't have access before. So that's what companies like Paga and M-Pesa have been able to do. Our own, of course, relationship with Paga, as I mentioned, has been quite long-standing. We're still with the business. We've grown the business from pre-licensed to where they are now, one of the largest fintech companies, very well respected, renowned, and we're just proud for them to continue doing what they're doing. I hope this answers your question.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Timilade Denton. Thank you very much. I'd like to open up to the audience for Q&A. Any questions from any social innovator in the room? Have you received Impact Capital before? If you haven't received Impact Capital, why? It would be good to hear from the audience. So while we are thinking about the questions, I'd like also to just maybe get some thoughts from the panelists in terms of what recommendations would you have for social innovators to position themselves on impact investment? You being a leader, Adeolu, in terms of governance, and leadership, what do you think that they can do to position themselves to better receive impact capital?
Thank you for that question. So,
please, can you speak into the mic? Yeah, please. Yeah. Thank you.
So from my end, as a former strategic investor, what I always looked at was the people. I know there's this whole discussion around should investors focus on the team, the people, should they focus on the product? And I'm very much in team people, because you can throw as much cash as you want at a company, but if you don't have the right people leading that company, then the cash is just wasted. The strategies are pretty words and pictures on a presentation, never get executed. Funny things might happen in the company. So really, it's around leadership, and that's one of the topics. That's why I really enjoy and like this organization, LEAP, where it focuses on leadership, effectiveness, accountability, and professionalism, because that's exactly the ethos that I would encourage and I recommend and advise companies and CEOs who come to me, is that make sure that you as a leader are where you need to be, and it's around personal development, but also be very careful about the people you hire. Case in point, I have a CEO that I'm mentoring who had mentioned he's looking for a head of sales. And there's a prospect that they've been interviewing, and the prospect mentioned in the last interview that this is the longest interview process she's ever been through. And he commented it to me because he was pointed out how careful they are about the type of people they hire in the organizations, because that's where it starts. You have to have the right people.
Thank you very much. You have to have the right people. Thank you. And that's what LEAP is about. Thank you. So I'm coming to you now in terms of what advice you'd give to social innovators. One being that SME-NG has one of the largest accelerators for women. How do they position themselves, not only just to access capital from investors, that is not the only important thing, but what have you seen, over the years working with women, and what would you tell them to do?
So over the years of working with women and running our accelerators, one of the things that we see is that, especially women-led companies, ability to scale. So there is some petrification in like scaling. So it's to empower them to be able to see when it's time for their business to scale, and it's also when it's time to pivot as well, pivot into other areas if things don't seem to be working as well. And another thing that we've seen for during running this accelerator, and what we do in this accelerator, just as LEAP does itself, is empower them, show them how to scale, governance as well, making sure they build governance into their businesses as well, how to handle their finances as well, and just not being petrified or to actually move and pivot when they need to. And also, as much as possible, where you see your business, if there could be a tech element, encouraging them to be able to use those tech elements to be able to scale. And another thing is employment as well, because we always forget that employment is also an impact, a social impact. You need to get people working, so be able to encouraging them to be able to expand as well in terms of getting more employment for people that work for them.
Thank you very much. Women shouldn't be petrified of scaling, put governance in place, use technology to scale, and then focus on impacts. And one impact area is employment. Thank you very much. Final thoughts from you, Temilade. Can you hear me?
I can hear you clearly.
Please share your final thoughts with us.
Okay, so just in rounding up, again, thank you so much for having me. I believe very strongly that social innovation and impact investing, these are not, you can be very successful in solving problems. There is funding available, especially if you are an entrepreneur in this room or listening to me. You might believe that money is your problem and that if you had the money, everything would work. But trust me, it goes beyond that. And there's actually funding available. And when you receive money, that's when you know that there are other problems. But I really do encourage the drive, and it's why I'm so passionate about LEAP and I continue to support this program, is that we have problems that are unique to us. We need, solutions that can speak to that, and there is funding available. Don't be afraid of partnership. Don't be afraid of, asking questions. There are solutions essentially, and you just kind of need to find them, position yourself, and you can make money solving issues. They're not mutually exclusive. You don't have to take a back seat, even though you can prioritize one over the other, but they can both be done in tandem and they can both be done successfully. So just continue to be mission driven. Put your model in place and also put in the metrics to support the model, and continue to drive for value creation and continue to solve problems. Thank you very much for having me on this panel, and thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Temilade. Well said, well said. I see a hand up. We're just about to close. I don't know if we can take one or two questions, can we? Oh, thank you very much. It has been a good audience anyway, and I was thinking no question will come, but now we have questions. We want to hear from you. So I will say let's start with a lady. Ladies first. The lady at the end there. Please, can we get microphone to that lady to just ask question? Please ask your question in less than 60 seconds, please. Can you see the lady there? Please, can you stand? Please introduce yourself, your name, your organization, and the question, please. Thank you very much. So we'll take two questions because of time. A lady and a gentleman. Thank you. Go.
Okay, thank you. Yes, my name is Maureen.
Your name is what, please?
Maureen Beulah Alunge, and yes, and I'm a freelance digital consultant. The question that I wanted to ask is that there seems to be a gap and a divide between the SMEs, that, as was rightly noted, that drive development, that get funding, and those who don't, and also a gap between the impact made by the SMEs that do have funding and what actually happens in people's everyday lives. So I don't know if the panel could speak to why that seems to be, or how they'll say actually it's not the case, or what can be done to solve that. Thank you.
Can I ask you to do a question? Yep. Okay. Okay, thank you for that question. So there is a gap because right now access to funding is usually provided really by the commercial banks or finance houses. But as we said on this panel, there are new access to funding. There are philanthropists so in terms of funding, also look at grants. So it's something called blended finance. You can look at grants to be able to get money. And as I said, a lot of international organizations now are giving grants to support companies in Africa to scale and to grow as well. And also for, just like Alethea is doing and SMENG would soon do as well, we have a fund right now, and we're going to have a fund, and is going to be used to support SMEs all over the pyramid, bottom, mid, and top of the pyramid as well. So we have a lot of those kind of products coming up.
Add to that, there was a question about why do some SMEs get money and why not, and some don't. And I think it really comes down, from my observation, to visibility. The money is there, whether it's here in Nigeria or it's on the continent or it's available internationally. There is money. I know we talk about a capital winter, but there's money still set aside for good leadership teams who are visible to the international market. And so a lot of times it's about joining organizations, collaborating with international organizations, maybe being a part of the Impact to Investors Foundation or NAB or other international organizations coming out of Nigeria, where then you'll be visible to an international audience who will see what you're doing, who will connect with you as a person, who will love the idea that you're promoting, and will invest in your idea.
Thank you very much. Visibility is so key. Beyond visibility, she mentioned governance. You just have to have the right governance. And another thing just to add is there is a difference with being investment ready and also having due diligence ready. So you go through your investment readiness program, but then you meet an investor, you're not ready for investment. So you need to also see how you can get support to be due diligence ready, in quotes. So being a part of the network like Leap Africa, being a part of an association, and networking is so important to get that visibility that she talked about. One thing that women fail to do is deliberately going out and creating the network that will put you out there. So that's why it seems like a few MSMEs get investment, the same usual suspect we call them. So please, visibility is key. Get your governance right, network well, and go out there. Thank you very much. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of this panel session. I want to thank you for giving us the opportunity to speak with you this morning. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Our able panelists, please, let's come together for a quick picture. Thank you. Just right in front here. Thank you so much.
Please, can you also spotlight my camera so I can take a screenshot alongside this picture that I'm not in?
Oh, sure. We will find a way to include you, Temilade. The age of technology. Thank you so much. Let's put our hands together again for that great panel session. Thank you so much, Tosin, Etemore, and Adiolu, and Temilade, who joined online. If investors tell you there's money, you have to believe them. So no matter what the economy says, the people who have the money tell us there's money, and they have also told us that it's more than the money. So building a successful business is way more than the money you have or how much somebody can give you. So I hope we have had a good time. And moving on, in now. Let me hand over to Big Mo.
Yes, whilst the panel was ongoing, I'm being notified that we have the presence of a representative of the Lagos State Employment Trust Fund in person of Sharifat Balogun. Please, a round of applause for her. Also, from the Ministry of Water Resources, we have Mr. Ogechuku. Please, a round of applause for him as well. And joining us as well, we have the presence of a representative of Ashoka in person of Mr. Ikenna. Please, a round of applause for him as well. We also have a representative from the Youth Alive Foundation in person of Mr. Atang. Please, a round of applause for him as well. With us as well, we have a representative from SAP Nigeria, Adirinola Olontoye. Please, a round of applause as well. And from the FCDA, we have the presence of a representative in person of Alhaji Mukhtar Dahiru. Please, a round of applause for him as well. Thank you.
All right, so we have one more session before tea break. I feel some coldness in the room, so I'm going to make us stand up before the next session. So please, let's all get on our feet. Please, thank you so much. Thank you. Please, let's get on our feet. We've been sitting for a couple of minutes now, so let's shake it out. Shake it out. Okay? Now we're here to, I know, right? We're here to celebrate social innovators and the great work they have done. And most importantly, part of this work is changing the narrative about Africans, about who we are, about how we conduct business on the continent and how we care about our continent. So I want us to repeat after me. Say, I am a proud African. I am part of the change. I support the change. I'm innovative. And I'm going to be the change. Now clap for yourself. Please, let's be seated.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so moving on, I'm very excited about this next session.
Yes, you are.
I actually begged Big Mo to let me introduce her. Okay. All right, so people will have to wait for my excited session because I understand that people need their tea break now. So we're going to go out in an orderly fashion for tea break. And then when we come back, you would hear my excited session and why I'm so excited about that session. So thank you so much. We have 10 minutes to quickly grab some tea, something to bite on, some light bites, and come back to your seats, and then we'll proceed with the program. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Your friends, your colleagues, your groups, your communities, make sure everyone is hooked on to Sipa 2023. Remember, if you're tweeting, you're using the hashtag SIPA 2023. All right. So moving on, we'll just be talking about the last session we just finished, which was the first panel session of two. The other is to come, and then we have fireside chats. But this one particularly just focus on how we can unlock impact investment for social innovation. For social innovation and for social innovators. And I'm not here by myself to engage in this conversation. Please also encourage you to have the chats, keep it coming in the section so that you're also a part of us. But I have two distinguished guests here with me in the studio, and I'm going to let them introduce themselves. To my left.
Hello everyone, my name is Joy Igbine John. I'm the Alumni Engagement and Communications Officer at LEAP Africa.
Amazing. Joy, thank you for joining me here today. All right, and to my right.
Hi, my name is Ijo Makalo, Program Officer at Leap Africa. Glad to be here.
Amazing, thank you. So let's just start by doing just a warm-up. What do you think about the session we've had so far? How are you feeling about Sipa 2023? Let's start from you, Joy.
Okay, so I think it has been very exciting, right? Even starting from the welcome address, especially remark by the board chair, Mrs. Claire Mashe. I think Ijoma and I were just talking about how every time you listen to it, it's always very, interesting listening to her share her thoughts and just listening to her speak. She's someone who has a lot of wisdom to glean from, and also just showcasing the work that our alumni is doing out there in the world. It's amazing to see how much impact the Social Innovators program has had over the last 10 years. And I think that the panel session was also very insightful, and we'll also share some of our thoughts about that session.
Absolutely, I do agree with you concerning the chair. She's so energetic and then she's so wisdom. Joma, what do you think?
I mean, for me, I think the panel session was like, I'm sure that there are going to be other high points in the program for me, but the panel session was, I loved it. I loved the fact that it was a women-led session, and the fact that there is money for, if you want to make impact in Nigeria or in Africa, there is money available. People are out there putting out funds to support businesses that impact other people. So when you're thinking for our viewers, when you're thinking, I have something to do for my community, but I don't have money, there are funds available for you. And I think that's just what blows my mind every time. There's always money for something.
Thank you so much. And just riding off what you've shared, some businesses apply for these funds that are already available. Some get these funds, they get access to these grants. Some others don't. We run such a program in-house, the NYFF Nigerian Youth Pictures Fund. Some businesses apply, they don't get it. Some businesses apply, they get it. What do you think are the factors that impact investors look out for in granting these businesses a lifetime opportunity that they may have by giving them funds? What do you think?
Okay, so there's something that one of our panelists has said. She said that the investment landscape is becoming a lot more focused, and that's why we're speaking about things like ESG, and we're speaking about impact washing and all of these things. And you see that from personal experience, right, reviewing some of the applications that we get for NYFF, for instance, you get some of these applications and you're wondering, you want us to give you how much? And this is what you're submitting. Where is your sustainability plan? How are you going to measure growth? Where are all of these things? Your budget is not detailed. Where is the juice and the meat of what it is that you want to do? So I think that something that people need to focus on, innovators really need to look out for, is how to properly craft their proposals in such a way that they speak to the meat of the work that they want to do. They speak to how they want to measure the success and how to make their innovations sustainable. I think that's one of the things that impact washing speaks about, the sustainability of your innovation. It's very important.
Thank you so much. I think to just capture what you said, you're talking about how these innovators can think locally, can be local rather, but think globally. So the standard has to be up to that level of marketing it even beyond Africa. Adi, what's your perspective on this?
So I think that's where the impact readiness comes in, right? Sipa, Social Innovators Program, has an impact readiness workshop for the fellows as well. And that is, so Joy just spoke about speaking to the meat of what your innovation is all about, or what it seeks to achieve, or the sustainability of it. So there is that need to pause and say, okay, I want my business to be invested in, I want my social impact business to be invested in. What do I need to do to be in the face of the investors, right? So that they don't just, because the truth is that for every fund that is available, there are mostly people who want to apply for the same. So what puts you out there? What makes you different? What makes you stand out, right? So a lot of people are not putting that into perspective. One of the panelists spoke about how employment is also a impact endeavor, right? So even the fact that the business is employing people is already changing people's lives. How do you craft your impact, your application for impact investment to show that, to showcase that. So I think that this panel was, it really brought that out, and I love that. And I'm talking to the people out there right now. You need to craft your applications to look like what we are looking out for. Thank you. That's it for me.
Thank you so much. People who credit social innovators online, they're looking forward to having investment or their business invested in. We have to tighten our processes, make sure that they are failure proof and ready to receive and make the most of the funds that we are granted. Thank you so much for sharing those perspectives. So getting back to the theme of this edition of Sipa is the 10th year anniversary, and it's timed maximizing Africa's potential through disruptive leadership and innovation. But I want to ask, what do you think is Africa's greatest asset in maximizing the potential?
Interesting. I mean, so one thing that we often talk about is the population, the people, the human resources. I think that right now that's Africa's greatest potential. It's amazing how knowledgeable and how incredible Africans are. The African, we're beautiful people, trust me, regardless of how, in the past, the media has tended to paint Africans. Africans are incredible people. We have such amazing skills. The fact that with all of the challenges that the continent is facing at the moment, we're still able to do some of these incredible things that we're talking about. I think that the humans of Africa are its greatest potential.
Of course, I strongly agree with Joy, and I think it's also something that we need to talk about is also the resilience, right? The resilience of the people. So we've talked about the people, and then the resilience, the fact that we have a lot of problems. Joy has said that in Africa, and one of our biggest problems in Africa is the problem of leadership, right? We have that problem, but it does not stop people from wanting to do more, wanting to better their lives, better the lives of their families and people around them. So resilience is, I think, is a big thing that Africans have, and it's working for us.
I think I saw with that perspective as well, and especially the fact that the growth mindset is important to this conversation. A lot of times we're thinking of where we have come from, to find who we are, but we don't have to accept that as our reality. We see where we can be better, but we see that we can be better versions of ourselves, extend to the business systems, because it's how an individual sees himself and extend to the system that is implemented in the business. And I think that just adds up to being home with people. Thank you so much for sharing that perspective. So we talked about how this session was women-led. We enjoyed the session, women, this and that. So what is your perspective? What are you most excited about with regards to impact investment and women-led businesses, entrepreneurship being championed for women, leadership, women in business? What do you think? What does that make you feel?
Okay, so, as you were speaking, I remembered something I heard, I think it was on Sunday, about how there was this investment opportunity and people had come to pitch, and the three best who won, the investment were women. I'm like, ooh, I love it. But I think that one of the things that really excited me about this panel session was when, they were speaking to the work that SMENG is doing, having dedicated funds for women in entrepreneurship, women innovators. I think that it's very important, especially with funding, that people who are often excluded have funding dedicated to them. We should also be speaking about persons with disabilities having dedicated funding so that, they don't necessarily have to, because in a way, there's certain things that are challenges for them. And so just creating that level playing ground for everyone to be able to scale their innovations, I think is very important. And I think very quickly, I'll just share the story of an acquaintance that I have. She had gone to this business meeting, and it was going well, so she had just started this innovative idea, and it was, their conversations had been going great, and they had this physical meeting, and, at the end of the meeting, she had given them her card, and it said on the card that she was the CEO, and the guys are like, "You're the CEO?" And she's like, "Yes, I am." Interestingly, she went with a colleague who's male, but they're looking at her like, "You are the CEO." Okay. And they did not get back to her because, a woman-led organization, what can you do? But now her company has scaled and is one of the most talked about, in fintech. And so it's amazing when you see people who are able to dedicate funds for people in excluded groups. I think that's very important, and that really stood out to me.
Thank you so much. I just want you to contribute to picking up on what Joy has left off. There is a lot of stigma around women in business. So how do you think these women, even if you don't see that in the professional front, but what skills do you think are necessary for them in this day and age where seclusion is almost the order of the day? How do they keep going? How do they not, how does that drive stay alive? How does that fire stay alive in helping them do what they want to do by meeting the needs of other people they're serving?
To be honest with you, I think that a person has to just say, this is who I am, this is what I believe in, and this is what I can offer, and stick by it. It's as simple as that, right? We preach at Leap Africa, we preach self-confidence a lot as one of the driving forces for leadership, right? So you have to understand yourself. You have to understand yourself, what you have to offer, and what the world is showing you that, oh, you're a woman, you can't do this. Well, I have this to offer, and I'm going to showcase it anyways, right? So I don't think there's any other special thing that women should do instead of just sticking to their guns, sticking to what they believe in and what they want to offer, and go for it. So now there are funds dedicated for women. That's great. That's fine. Go for the ones that are even dedicated for everybody, because you have something to offer, and it's as simple as that. I think that's what I have to say about that.
As long as you have something to offer, put your business forward, keep going, and stay tuned. Okay, thank you so much. Our online viewers, you are not out of this conversation, you're a part of this conversation. So if you have questions, if you have comments, if you have any contributions, please make sure that the chat box is buzzing with those. As we have discussed and we have said, the greatest asset of Africa is the people. You are part of those people, and your contribution is important to this conversation. Thank you, and we'll be going back to the main session now. Thank you.
I was not running an organization. It was more like a passion. So joining the SIP was a transformation. I got equipped. I understood what I really wanted to do beyond passion.
The inspiration for SIPA is coming from an older program that started as long as we had started the youth leadership program in 2004. We were reaching out to Nigeria, equipping them with leadership skills and challenging them to create sustainable solutions, or what we described at the time as community development projects. And because of that, we saw a lot of amazing change projects emerge, which came back to aggregating these projects together to say, how about we pick the most outstanding from this project and showcase them to the world.
And then when we started recognizing them, we saw that it's not enough to recognize them. We need to also resource and equip them to be able to build their enterprises beyond pop and shop. A lot of small businesses or startups don't go beyond the 5-year mark. And so these are the statistics that began to inform the intervention called the Social Innovators Program.
I can't place any value to it. Being in the same room with those people, I may not have been in the same room with them again.
The online classes, the Philanthropy University online courses that we took on advocacy, the action plan we designed for a whole year.
How to raise money. Utiva has gone to raise almost $3 million in grants. How to set up a board, how to register your organization, and all these little things, all come together to build you as a social enterprise and as a social entrepreneur.
One of the critical parts of the Social Innovators Program is that there is a 3 to 6 month mentorship phase where they are having sessions with their mentors, these fellows, and their mentors are specifically picked based on the areas of needs, the areas of interest that the fellows have.
I'm still in touch with my mentors here today. Anytime we're making an application or trying to apply for a program, the fact that we are alums of Leap Africa, it gives us that edge, and we get asked about it, or how's the program, So I think that's something that we wear very proudly anytime we're talking about, what we've gone through.
Once you're an SIP fellow, you stay within that community. Leap is there to support you in different ways. So I remember we had to jump in, do product development workshops for some past SIP fellows, help some of them rethink their business plans, or maybe just provide the Leap facilities for them to conduct their trainings, or provide that funding, or speak on their behalf to one funder or to one high-level partner that they require in their journey. So it's a lot of that business support service, social sector support service that Leap also provides in the background, and become a wing behind the sail of all these SIP fellows and alum.
When I went to business school, the lecturers, all but one, said it was something that would die on arrival, because it didn't make sense for strangers, people who don't know me, to buy food for their baby on the internet. It didn't make sense. Looking back, I wouldn't have dreamt that we'll be here today. We're in our own property. We're expanding even the facility.
The CO2 that we're offsetting by these solar installations being installed. So on a per 0.5 kVA system that is installed, we're offsetting around 110 kg of CO2 from every installation that we do. And till date, we've done over 100 installations so far.
It's been fulfilling, it's been rewarding, and we've made an impact. We've won both local and international accolades and awards for this. And people have been impacted, our community has been cleaned up.
We used to call them no-income women because they had no source of livelihood. But now, after they made Mama Money, they now have a skill that they're using to generate income to feed their children, to educate their children.
You have not lived this life if you have not changed someone else's life, right? And so for me, it's really making that change, making that drive in my community. And more importantly is, people always say bloom where you are planted, right? Bloom where you are planted. And where I'm planted is on this earth, in this Nigeria, in this Lagos, and it's my mission. I've seen what cancer does. I know how many deaths we record due to cancer every year in Nigeria. And so I'm on that mission to say those numbers, we're going to change it. We're going to reduce the mortality rates associated with cancer in Nigeria and even in Africa, if possible, by God's grace.
The goal we had set for ourselves this year is to hit a minimum of 6,000 volunteers. Our goal and our target is we want to plant a minimum of 2,500 trees. We also want to collect a minimum of 25,000 kilograms of waste.
We collaborated with, majorly with Leap Africa and as well with, some other organizations across Africa to help us, channel this message, to the right place.
Welcome to the city of Tlemcen, the second largest city in northwestern Algeria. Located in the city is a highly ranked, prestigious institution of learning, the University of Abubakar Belkaid. As part of the Youth Day of Service, a team of 21 vibrant young people came together to clean the environment of a student's residence, which was hitherto filled with pockets of refuse and dirt.
Yeah.
Taking some time out on a beach to have fun and relax can be mild and therapeutic, especially with the gentle swing of trees and the warm feeling of the sea breeze caressing the skin. Bubbling with the cool waves of the sea, Elegushi Beach in Lagos, Nigeria is one of the most visited private beaches in the ever-busy city of Lagos. Elegushi Beach played host to 2 significant projects for the Leap Africa Youth Day of Service.
We're here to plant 200 trees, and we're doing it for the entire week.
Just spent a day at the beach planting trees because we believe we have to achieve the SDGs.
We moved to the beach cleaning exercise, where a good number of young men and women from Schneider Electric Nigeria took time out to exercise, play, and clean up major parts of the beach as part of the Leap Africa Youth Day of Service campaign. The Green Futures Initiative is one of the youth-led environmental groups in Uganda with friendly, vibrant youths that are working to revive the importance of tree planting in the country and ultimately conserve nature. The tree planting project also took place in Kenya at the Center for Development and Peace, CDP, a community-led youth initiative with a shared vision of promoting good governance with youth engagement, where 1,000 mangrove trees were planted in support of the Youth Day of Service.
Clean Earth Gambia, in partnership with many other organizations, are here to plant trees like moringa, mahogany, cashew, and maline in Bakau New Town School.
The Leap Africa Youth Day of Service was more than just an exercise for volunteers to commemorate a special day. It was a time for bonding, fun, collaboration, unwinding, creating memories, and making a positive impact on society.
We planted over 12 trees and over 500 different flowers and plants.
We're giving back to the community, and we're also ensuring that we're keeping the environment for those that come after us.
Project Enable Africa, PEA, is designed to foster the spirit of volunteerism amongst youth with disabilities and inspire them to continuously be active change agents in their communities. Supported by Leap Africa and DAO Seek Together, Project Enable in Lagos and Johannesburg organized and bought different foods to be shared with indigent and disabled people in communities in a food drive project.
I'm happy we've been able to sensitize some girls and boys on the need to fight against gender-based violence. So
I really learned a lot today because I learned how to use fabric to fight against violence.
We have been having drainage blockages, canal problems around, particularly Shomolu Bariga, a flood-prone environment.
So today, in commiseration with the Youth Day of Service, we are coming to the community of Shomolu to create an awareness about recycling, tell them how they can convert so-called waste to wealth. So today there will be instant gifts for the people that are bringing materials to tell them that recycling pays.
It was an extraordinary day for the children where they get to meet and engage with professionals in the life skills industry and as well as from the academic industry.
I actually got a job before I graduated or before I finished the university. And it's all because of God. So if you work hard, even God will be able to help you achieve your goals.
Hello. Okay. Please, if you've gotten your tea, you may make it back into the hall so we can commence the program and wrap up in good time. Please, if you picked up your tea, please do make your way back into the hall. You can have your tea by your sitting area. Please, if you've picked up your tea, do make your way back into the hall and have your tea in your sitting area so we can commence or continue the program. Thank you.
So please just grab your LinkedIn profiles and put them right in the chat box so people can check you out, connect with you, and do the needful. We are here to also network as much as we learn. Yes. Welcome. Still live from the Sipa studios in Lagos, Nigeria. All right. So what's to come? We have 2 fireside chat sessions where we'll be talking more on social innovation. We also have another panel session, and then we have our keynote speech. We're also going to be having a music performance before we then delve into the lunch break. So let me know in the chat section what you are looking forward to in this second segment. And I'll just circle back to the studio and chat with my distinguished fellow chatters, Joy and IJ, and let me know what section you're looking forward to in the sections to come.
Okay, so I think 2 things I'm really looking forward to, the Partners Showcase and awards and recognitions. And that's because the work that we do in Leap Africa and the impact, that we have achieved so far would have been impossible without our partners. They have really collaborated with us so that we can achieve the heights that we want to achieve. Also awards and recognition, because come on, when people do great work, it is important that we recognize them and we award them for the work that they're doing.
Amazing. Thank you. Ijoma?
Yeah, Joy is usually that person to always bring people up there, fly banners. For me, I'm personally looking forward to the keynote address from Dr. Jumoke Oduole. I think there's a part that the government has to play in supporting innovation, and I think that's a side that Dr. Jumoke will most likely come from, and that also takes me to the fireside chat where we're going to be talking about applying innovation thinking for public policy and leadership. Right, people in leadership need to understand that there's a way things have been done in the past, but they can change. Right, that's the point of innovation. Things need to change. There has to be a change. Change is the constant, right? So I'm looking forward to, talking about supporting people to think different. So yeah, that's it for me.
Amazing. Thank you so much. So as you've heard, online joiners, it's important to talk. It's important to talk about, to keep conversations going on around this. As Ijoma has said, it's not only important for us to talk to ourselves and to talk downward, but we also need to be speaking upward to government, to influencing policies so that many more lives can have the opportunity to experience this change that we want for our nation, Nigeria and Africa at large. But just also remind you, as we are displayed the snapshots or snippet of the documentary of our social innovators, but to catch the full documentary, it's going to be premiering live on YouTube at 6 p.m. So you can go there and can just click that so you get a notification when it goes live. Eventually at 6 p.m. the full documentary is going to go live. Thank you and stay tuned. Okay, right. So let me see through the chat box. What are the online joiners saying? What are they saying concerning the session you're looking forward to? So just keep that coming. Just keep that coming. And I'll come back to the chat section in a few seconds. I'll come back to that chat section in a few seconds. But just let me know what you're saying, what you're thinking, how you're feeling, what you like to see, who you're looking forward to. Is it the fireside chat session? Is it the panel session? Is it the music performance? And by the way, I hope you have stood up from your seat. You've been sitting all along. You've actually done some stretches so that you are...
Attention, please. We're about to continue the program. Please, you can come in with your tea. Please, you can come in with your tea. We're about to continue the program. Thank you very much, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. We're about to continue the program. So please, if you pick up your tea, do make way back to your various sitting area so we can continue the program and wrap up in good time. Thank you. Thank you very much as you do comply. Okay. Welcome back, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It's still Sipa 2023, but not forgetting, hashtag Sipa 2023. And this is the 10th anniversary edition. This is day one. Day two is coming up tomorrow. And now, your excitement.
Okay, so I'm really excited to welcome our next speaker. If you have heard her speak, you would understand my excitement. The last time I heard her speak was at the platform, and I'm still reeling in some of the things that she shared then. So to take us into the next session, I would like to welcome our keynote speaker in the person of Dr. Jumoke Aduole. Please let's put our hands together as we welcome Dr. Jumoke Aduole to the stage. She currently serves as a special advisor to the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu on PBEC and investment in the Office of the Vice President. She served in President Buhari's administration from November 2015 to May 2023. First as Senior Special Assistant to the President on Industry, Trade and Investment, where she was instrumental in the conceptualization and formation of the Nigerian Office for Trade Negotiations and a special advisor to the President on ease of doing business. She and her team facilitated the mandate of the Presidential Enabling Business Environment Council from ideation, development, and implementation of measurable and impactful reforms and policies for micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises. Since 2015, she has been on loan to the Federal Government of Nigeria from the Faculty of Law, University of Lagos, Nigeria, where she taught international economic law. Under her watch, Nigeria moved up an unprecedented 39 places in the World Bank's Doing Business rankings and was twice recognized as a top 10 reformed economy in 3 years. Jumoke is a global thought leader and writer and has presented at several renowned institutions, conferences, and forums. She's a recipient of several awards, including a national honor as a MFR of our great republic. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Dr. Jumoke Aduole.
I can't hear myself. Is it on?
Multimedia, please. Can we get the mic on?
Yes. Thank you very much indeed. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. Okay. So human beings have historically solved their most intricate problems and remained competitive through innovative disruptions. These ideas are typically brought forth by pioneers who discover safer, more efficient, and cost-effective ways of living, doing business, and governing. So innovative disruptions thrive on natural and human-made gaps within the system. And there are plenty of these in Africa. And they can range from minor adjustments that enhance our overall experience to extensive transformations that take us to entirely new paths. It is therefore no wonder that our continent is considered the next and perhaps the final frontier. For good or for bad, there's perhaps no better time to be alive and a young African leader than today. With creativity, innovation, technology, Internet of Things, artificial intelligence, and more accelerating at an incredible pace. We must explore the benefits and potential risks of these disruptions to make informed decisions. As innovators across Africa, we have the responsibility to ensure that the use of disruptions like AI are ethical and true to our core values and does not harm our society as a whole. It is therefore indeed my pleasure to be part of this 10th anniversary edition of the Social Innovators Program and Awards. I would like to especially commend the board, and Claire is here, and she made it really, she's here for you. If you ever doubted it, she's here for you. The board and leadership of Leap Africa for the laudable work with its social innovation program across 12 African countries, and to thank you for acknowledging and honoring social innovators, delivering tangible impact across the continent as we collectively strive for a more developed Africa. In theory, we all agree that innovation and creativity are instrumental to social and economic progress in any region and provide new opportunities for leaders to engage with their assignments and create efficiencies that drive growth. In Africa today, we know that insecurity, political instability, ethnic tensions, and competition for scarce resources, as well as corruption and bad governance, have led to apathy and lack of trust between many African governments and their citizens. Coup d'etats have resurfaced as a common occurrence in Africa, particularly affecting Francophone West and Central Africa in recent times, and are thus undermining democratic institutions and further destabilizing the political landscape. Underdeveloped human capital, lack of access to health, education, and insufficient economic opportunity, the COVID-19 pandemic, and other global factors, such as the war in Ukraine and the recent crisis in the Middle East, have further heightened the situation. Sadly, all of the above have continued to manifest as stunted economic growth and the instability of most African countries, the inability of most African countries to attain their clear potential as predicted globally over a decade ago. Yet, across the world, African innovators have been at the forefront and continue to contribute immensely to the knowledge landscape in scientific, technological, health, education, arts and entertainment sectors, and much more. Nigeria is no exception. I'm sure you can each reel out several examples separate from the over 200 fellows who have gone through this program. And I will mention a few women who I know personally, and there have been many, many more, who have led the charge to disruption and innovation across different sectors. Mrs. Funke Okweke, founder of Main Street Technologies and chief executive of Main One Cable Company. Mrs. Funke Okweke, founder of the Main Street Technologies and chief executive of Main One Cable Company, a communications services and network solution provider company that revolutionized the communications sector through internet connectivity. Tara Feladuro-Toye of House of Tara International, who evolved from starting her beauty enterprise as a young undergraduate law student and has now built one of Africa's leading brands in the beauty and makeup industry. She established the House of Tara way back in 1998 and launched the first ever bridal directory in Nigeria in 1999 and set up the country's foremost beauty academy in 2004. And you all know how we like weddings in Nigeria. Your own founder, Ndidi Okonkwo-Oneli, a serial entrepreneur, an expert on African agricultural and nutrition, philanthropy, and social innovation, who I really don't need to tell you anything about, or your board chair, Claire Omasheye, in the health and pharmaceutical sector. I will stop with these revolutionary pioneers now to avoid getting into trouble, but there are literally hundreds and thousands of others in Nigeria alone and all across the continent. Clearly, the continent is ripe with opportunities for innovative ideas to address the many gaps in our development. It is inspiring to witness our ability to rise to the challenge amidst the rapid pace of innovative disruptions globally. So innovation has been defined as a new idea, method, or device, a novelty, the introduction of something new. How then does the practical application of new knowledge affect leadership? And why is this important for leaders, particularly those of African extraction, to be disruptive at this particular point in time of our history? Leadership is crucial as it shapes the vision and the direction of nations and organizations, influencing their narrative on the global stage. By definition, effective leaders drive innovation, fostering economic growth, technological advancement, and social progress. by first acknowledging the challenges that many African nations are currently facing and taking steps to address them, we can advance a more inclusive and equitable development of our continent. Therefore, if we are truly open to new ideas and new ways of doing things, we can create a more just and equitable society for all. This is particularly important for you because young leaders are often at the vanguard of innovation. However, in order to embrace the new, we must first be willing to open our hearts, our minds, and our hands. Therefore, today, it is imperative for us to discuss the future we want, how we can achieve it as innovators, individually and collectively, by leveraging creativity, innovation, and technology for good governance. In a world increasingly defined by disruptive innovation and transformative leadership, it is vital to ask, where is Africa in the scheme of things? While developed countries have long been at the forefront of technological advancement, environmental stewardship, and global leadership, Africa stands on the brink of an extraordinary journey. As we all know, Africa's incredible potential lies not in its minerals, but its wealth is in its people. With the world's youngest and fastest growing population, Africa is rapidly innovating in fintech, clean energy, and more. By 2050, the continent will have added 796 million workers globally, transforming it into the largest and youngest workforce and setting the stage for unmatched global impact. Our current struggles, though unique to us, is perhaps paradoxically surprisingly similar in many ways to the bumpy road traveled by developed nations, from ancient civilizations till present day, on their quest to greatness. The challenge of leadership is a perennial one. From time immemorial, models of leadership, leading with integrity, and centered leadership have been the quest of many great leaders. Indeed, the question of how to achieve the good society has occupied the thoughts of leaders and thinkers in the caliber of Aristotle, Plato, Ibn Khaldun, Hobbes, Karl Marx, up to modern-day economists like Joseph Stiglitz. They have considered the very essence of human nature, liberty and rights, equality, dignity, how to engender collective prosperity, and will undoubtedly be with us for some time to come. From a governance perspective, in broad strokes, for all developing nations, and African countries will not be an exception, there are perhaps three essentials to note as key enablers: ensuring the rule of law and security, investing in human capital, and unlocking the space for private investment and job creation. While at a global level there have been many known, tried, and tested policies, the well-curated and effective implementation of which can take us to the promised land, arguably, it is the intersection between the public and the private sector that the real magic happens. It is therefore gratifying that there is an increasing attention being given to this issue. Institutions such as the African Leadership University Center for a Reimagined Africa have initiated a public sector-focused fellowship that gives leaders the knowledge, skills, support, and networks to leverage innovation and technology as they drive key priorities in governments across Africa. I'm privileged to have about 5 public servants from Nigeria on the current cohort of that fellowship. This conference theme could not have come at a more opportune point in time. Maximizing Africa's potential through disruptive leadership and innovation. It puts Leap Africa in the category of other stellar organizations joined in the quest to fuse a discussion on two critical areas in today's world: leadership and innovation. And there's a disproportionate urgency when it comes to Africa. His Excellency, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, conveyed a steadfast commitment to reshaping our nation's economy, fostering growth, and nurturing development through job creation, ensuring food security, and addressing extreme poverty. The President has also emphasized that this administration is focusing on fiscal measures and business climate reforms required to accelerate domestic manufacturing and reduce import dependency. This 8-point agenda is a pathway to the promised diversification. It is the vision of a nation built on wealth, food sufficiency, improved security, and high employment rate. It is the making of a nation that would serve as the favorite destination for investments in emerging markets and in Africa, bound by progressive reforms, rule of law, and transparency. On our part, with numerous innovations to the governance space and the use of creativity, design thinking, and the deployment of technology, the Nigerian government, through the Presidential Enabling Business Environment Council, has implemented systemic interventions since 2016 and delivered over 180 verifiable reforms targeted at enabling the business environment for micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises, many of which are youth-owned businesses. The PEBEC Secretariat supported the Corporate Affairs Commission on the deployment of the company's registration portal, following the reforms to the business registration process. Incorporation could be completed within 48 hours from an average timeline of 21 days previously. In addition, the intervention made it possible for business owners to start and complete business incorporation without employing the services of a lawyer or chartered secretaries. The Federal Inland Revenue Service, FIRS, introduced e-filing and e-payment of taxes, allowing companies to file their federal taxes conveniently from anywhere in the world. The National Agency for Food and Drug Administration Control, NAFDAC, introduced 90-day timelines for the registration of food products as part of efforts to streamline product registration process. As a result of these reforms, we are able to provide some succor to MSMEs as they move their goods across Nigeria. However, implementation has remained, come see, come sir. We keep tracking. We actually released a report on Monday, which speaks to the monthly tracking that agencies submit. 53 agencies we track, and so we have them ranked. We know who's performing, and we know who is not. Additionally, in line with its holistic reform agenda reflected in the composition of the PEBEC, the federal government has collaborated with all arms and levels of government since its inception. So we work with the National Assembly, we work with the judiciary, we work with all state governments and the private sector. I'll leave some of these reforms because of time, but they're all on our website, businessmadeeasy.ng. But suffice to say that we are pleased that the creativity and innovation in delivering reforms has earned us the attention of and formal collaboration with the likes of the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, MIT GovLab, which identified us as a champion for innovation in governance. Clap for us. These are my team members. If I don't say it, I'm in trouble. Contrary to what the world often depicts, creativity is unbiased. It is blind to age, blind to gender, blind to race. It's blind to tribe. It's blind to religion. how we get from where we are today to where we want to be without disruptive leadership and innovation, it's not going to be possible. It'll take us 1,000 years. How do we start to take ownership and action to radically transform our continent? The answers to Africa's problems are in your hands. As we innovate, to have positive, disruptive leadership and good governance, there are a few tried and tested things I will mention today. It's in your hands because government is just a small part of the society and the economy. It's in your hands because you are the innovators that we're here to celebrate. I was listening to some of the incredible projects. I mean, working on cancer, all those statistics were just amazing. And the kind of impact that some of the work you're doing here as social innovators can have in this country and across this continent. So I want to leave you with 3 things that I think are time-tested. The first one, as you innovate for social impact, have integrity. Personal righteousness first, then collective righteousness exalts a nation. Let us each determine in our hearts to walk with integrity as Nigerians and as Africans. To decide individually and collectively to do what we know we ought to do what we know is right, no matter what the cost or who is watching, and not for the short term, for the long haul. Let us have boldness and courage to be the change we wish to see in our nation and on our continent, as Gandhi said. Let us stop doing things that we know are wrong with the excuse of that's how it is and that's how it's done. Disruptors don't follow the crowd. Make integrity a habit, to do the right thing, to make a good choice always. It doesn't make us foolish, it makes us great. The second thing, serve with excellence. Leave selfishness, envy, and strife at the door for the sake of the collective good. In your social innovation, in whatever project, serve with excellence, even when it costs you personally. Personal sacrifice for the collective good. Ask not what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country. That is the reason we still remember President John F. Kennedy, who was assassinated how many decades ago? That is why we're still talking about him today. He paid the price for reforming his country. To love Africa is to build Africa. To love Nigeria is to serve Nigeria with good leadership. The third thing is be a visionary disruptor. Positive disruptors are creative innovators, agenda setters, global leaders with excellence from novel indigenous ideas. We must prove ourselves capable of organizing our own nations into meritocracy, devoid of ethnicity and nepotism and religious strife for the sake of the common good. To lead with our best 11, stepping up to the plate to be counted. To harness our vast human and natural resources maximally. Leadership is a choice. Take responsibility to sacrifice and to serve. Great leadership requires selfless service with integrity. And when the leaders lead, the followers will follow because there's no room for small dreams. That's a book you should get, actually. Yeah, Shimon Peres, get the book. In conclusion, for all its challenges, whether real or perceived, again, there's perhaps no better time to be alive and to be a young African than today with the vanguards that creativity and innovation place before you. I was going to say us. It's in Africa that 50-year-olds are young. Please allow me, us. Human beings have historically solved their most intricate problems and remained competitive through innovative disruptions. These ideals are typically brought forth by pioneers who discover safer, more efficient, and more cost-productive ways for doing business, living, and governing. I'm repeating it because it bears repeating. Innovative disruptions thrive on natural and human-made gaps within the system. Every challenge is an opportunity. So look at them. You're already looking at them as opportunities, but don't be tired, don't be disheartened. Just focus on what is in front of you and don't worry about the noise. It is often said that in our mobile phones today, there's more computing power than the computer aboard the Apollo 11 that landed the first human beings on the moon. Yet half a century later, the event is still one of the most significant achievements of humankind. Today, we know that space travel has been commercialized. This speaks to the power of vision. If we can imagine it, we can achieve it. When Nigeria gets it right, Africa gets it right, because we are the women and men who built Africa. Together, we have the potential to turn the impossible into our shared reality. I congratulate all the award recipients, and I urge you to listen attentively to all the speakers and panelists at this conference, as they will also provide valuable insights into innovative ways of achieving disruptive leadership in Africa. I wish you all a successful event. Good afternoon.
Please keep those hands jamming. Thank you so much. Wow, that was impactful. In my own word, it felt like a charge, like go ye forth and conquer. One more time, please, a round of applause for Dr. Jumoke. Two words kept on popping up in her address: positive, disruptive. So please, can you look at your neighbor and tell your neighbor, be the positive disruptor? And I feel with that, we can face the world and conquer. But ladies and gentlemen, there's an African proverb that says, if you want to conquer, in my words now, a small field, you do it alone. If you want to conquer a community, you need to go together with a set of persons. And Sipa has found a way to put together strategic partnership with a whole lot of organizations and to help us understand what they've done so far. Leap Africa has put together a documentary to showcase the Sipa partners over the last decade, which is 10 years. I thought someone would jam their hands together already. We'll have multimedia showcase the documentary on the screens on my right and on my left.
Our work with social innovators can only be possible through partners. We have had partners who have been with us at the beginning, and we have new partners who are coming into the program because they're excited about the quality of alumni and fellows of social innovators, the social impact that they potentially have.
See, one of the best things that can happen to a social impact idea is to have consistent partners. That extra effort of increasing impact and effort over the years requires sustained partnership, not the short-term one-off partnership that you can't count on and bank on. And this is where I would give kudos to Union Bank. You know, Union Bank was that steady, committed, consistent partner that we could bank on, that we could work with, think through. And it wasn't just about them providing money. It was the fact that from the senior leadership downwards, they were heavily invested, you know, into the work. So they provided facilities when we needed it, They served as mentors, as facilitators. That's from the CFO to the C-level, to the mid-level, to the, all of the entire team was heavily involved year in, year out. So a big thank you to Union Bank for that consistent effort, sustained effort over the couple of years. And further down the line, we had Sahara Foundation come in. Sahara Foundation and Ford Foundation. That's unrestricted funding, that came in to support our work was very, very important and useful to sustain effort. But secondly, to also expand the work, so beyond just Nigeria. So SIP later evolved to having Pan-African Fellows, right? So, and that's big kudos to Ford Foundation and the Sahara Foundation.
The social enterprise space when it comes to youths in Africa is highly under-supported, and we felt that this is a way for us to come in. The way that we're doing it is giving seed funding to these entrepreneurs to be able to scale their businesses. I see a future where we are able to reach out not only to 20 youths. I see a future where we can give funding to even 100 youths, because there's a lot of resource to be tapped into.
We believe in the work that Leap Africa is doing to empower young adults and young entrepreneurs in Nigeria. And, when we were looking for implementing partners, we were looking for organizations that were really doing the work to prepare young entrepreneurs or social innovators to really come in and lead community development projects. We believe that they had the skills, the education, the background, and the experience to really come on board and be able to apply for grants from us and to be able to lead sustainable projects.
Hi, my name is Sarah Johnson and I work for the International Youth Foundation, where for over 30 years our sole focus has been on helping young people succeed. Our work is done and brought to life by our global network of local implementing partners, and we're proud to call Leap Africa one of those partners.
We've also had other partners who have either given us space that we ought to have paid for free, gratis. We had the Nigerian breweries who've been very supportive, especially with refreshments for the fellows over the years, especially when we have the workshops.
But more importantly was that they provided Star Academy, a major input into delivering the SIP, the workshop facilities that helped us to deliver excellent workshop year in, year out. So very big kudos to Nigerian breweries.
I have to also mention Cogito, because Cogito have been very supportive, especially with putting together the events. And we've had quite a number of other partners here and there who come in and support either the event of the awards, or they just give to us in their time, in kind, throughout the course of the program every year.
At Leap Africa, we are very, very big on collaborations and partnerships. And going forward, we are really looking to see how to even make our conference and the conversation about social entrepreneurs or entrepreneurship bigger and larger and better than what we have, by linking hands and collaborating with more already in that space without having to reinvent the wheel and without having to repurpose the resources when we could really combine the resources.
Please, let's put our hands together for our partners. Please, let's continue to clap for them. Sahara is in the room, Union Bank is in the room, Cogito is here again. This beautiful design was put up and our technology has been supported by Cogito yet again. So thank you so much. A big thank you to these partners for carrying us through 10 years of impact, supporting us, supporting our fellows, being there for them, impacting both knowledge and your resources and investing in them. Thank you so much for contributing to making Africa better.
All right. Whilst the program was ongoing, the regional director, Ashoka Africa, in person of Mrs. Josephine Nzerem, walked into the hall. Please a round of applause for her. Thank you so much. And also we have the founder, MediaCon, who is also an Ashoka Fellow, Dr. Princess Olufemi Kayode. Please a round of applause for her as well. Thank you so much. And now we'll go into the first fire chat, which is applying innovation thinking in leadership and public policy for development. And to introduce the fellow, the moderator rather. To anchor this fire chat, would want to bring on stage the manager, Akumen Angels, Kome Orade. Kome is the global manager for Akumen Angels, a US $1 million investment facility deployed across 4 continents to catalyze the growth of early stage operations using for-profit and non-profit solutions to solve problems of poverty. Until recently, she led Akumen Academy in West Africa, growing its alumni community to 110 fellows working across 20 different sectors and impacting approximately 2 million lives in West Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Kome Orade. And to introduce the guests who will be joining us virtually, ladies and gentlemen, the founder, Pangea Accelerator, Jonas Sefu. He has extensive experience in business and startup development services and helps startups and corporations innovate faster. He has advised over 500 startups with the implementation of their business strategy. A lifelong entrepreneur with 15 years plus of experience building startups in the tech sector and food industry and impact startups from Berlin, Stockholm, Silicon Valley, Kenya, Ethiopia, and Rwanda startup ecosystems. He has developed a unique approach to startup development, bringing together invaluable knowledge and expertise in business linkages, facilitation, and investment access, including diaspora investment strategies and corporate startup engagement. With a resounding round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, please do welcome Jonas Sefu. He will be joining us virtually. Over to you, comment.
Thank you so much. Appreciate to be here. This is a true honor, and looking forward to this fireside. Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you, Jonas. And hello, everyone. I was told that I could anchor this session or lead this conversation from one of the seats over there, but I'm dying to have my picture taken in front of the stand, so I'm going to just stay here. Jonas, I can't see you yet, but I know that you're there, so I'll just kick off the conversation.
Yes, sounds good.
Awesome.
I can see you also. I can see you though, yes.
Okay, great. And just a bit of background for the purpose of everyone who is, in the hall. Before I ask my first question, I would just want to reference a publication by Forbes, particularly Brian Collins. He proposes that there's 3 strategies that are required to develop innovative thinking in any sector. It says the first is to seek out inspiration. Number 2 is to combine ideas. And then thirdly, to solve a problem. Now, when we look at the context of Africa or even Nigeria, problems are not hard to find. I mean, look at the room. Everyone is doing just amazing work. But it does seem like the first 2, seeking out inspiration and combining different ideas, there seems to be a gap in this area. In addition, different interventions by government or even private sector tend to be individualistic, or when we say they are focused on the youth or on young people are not involved in the conversation. And so my first question for you, Jonas, is when we say innovation, and if we look at the theme for the conference as well, what does that mean to you in the context of disruptive thinking? Can you tell us why this is important in leadership and public policy in Africa today?
Absolutely. Thank you so much. It's a tough question. I think you can look at innovation from several standpoints. I think the easiest one is based on technology. We are entering more and more exponential technologies being presented. Internet disruption, mobile smartphone penetration is increasing. Obviously, we have AI with ChatGPT and Midjourney and all of that. So I think, how do we utilize new technologies in a way that drives more value for money, if that makes sense? So also from a government standpoint, like government has a lot of responsibility, and opportunities within e-governance are huge. If you consider, how could you apply innovation as a means to to provide better services to your people. For example, you have countries such as Estonia. They built the whole digital infrastructure on blockchain in 2008. So I think that just to showcase that utilizing technology in an innovative way could transform leadership from a governmental standpoint. If you look into innovation outside of technology, it usually comes down to different ways to apply models and systems in a more value-adding way. So if you look into, for example, circular models, waste to value, there's a lot of ways where you can improve old industries, but with new methodologies and new ways of thinking rather than it's being new technology driving it. I hope that answers some perspectives.
Yes. Thanks a lot, Jonas. And I think one of the clear themes that came out from your response is that innovation follows or creates value. So if you're looking for value, look for innovation first. And then you also spoke about technology and these different disruptions that have happened in the continent and even beyond. And all of the underlying, all of what underlines that is really the ability to first create value and then innovation follows. But what wraps all of this up is the idea of leadership. So thank you so much for sharing that. And when you talk about leadership, I think one of the quotes that I often remember is by Chinua Achebe, where he says that the problem with Nigeria, and I dare say you could replace the word Nigeria with Africa, he says the problem with Nigeria is leadership. So if we think about that conversation and talk about leadership, whether in technology or even in the context of innovation, what does leadership mean to you? And I know you are no strangers to this conversation because you also have a lot of work written around leadership in Africa. So if you could please share for the benefit of our audience what it feels like to be responsible for the current state of leadership in Africa.
All right, that's another difficult question. I would do my best. I think, to be honest, leadership is about having a vision for the future. Leadership is being part of making the pulling to get us there. And yes, leadership is definitely one of the biggest problems we have, not only in Nigeria, but overall on the continent. So with a leadership that is not taking decisions on behalf of their citizens, it creates, what do you call it? Like, we're not managing the resources we have in a good way. So most African countries are very resource rich. But how these resources are managed, etc., is very sad. I can give you an example. So we have a system in Norway where we work quite a lot. And the Norwegians found oil in 1970. And the way that they decided to manage this oil was by putting all the profits into a sovereignty fund. Now they have about $1.3 trillion in their sovereignty fund. They own 1.5% of all the stocks, shares in the world, globally. And this is just a sovereignty fund. So if you have countries such as Nigeria doing the same, if you have the gold-rich countries doing the same, if Congo would do the same, it would literally be the biggest funds in the world. The only reason why the African countries are not the biggest is because lack of leadership as part of resource management, and also lack of vision as part of where are we going? What is the vision for the future? And also lack of leadership in the sense that as a public servant, being a politician, your main job is to be a servant for your people. And that is not also being manifested. So we need a new generation of leaders. And I would encourage anybody sitting in the room or listening online to really take it upon themselves to be a youth leader and be politically representative, because we need leaders that represent the people, and that is not old men in their 60s.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Jonas. I think just to draw 2 points. From what you just shared, you talked about having a vision. Okay.
Okay, sorry.
No worries. You talked about having a vision for the future, and this is really at the core of leadership. And then you also mentioned the idea of managing effectively and efficiently the resources that we have, and these two ideas wrap up what leadership means. I'm talking about resources and how we manage or not what we have both in Nigeria and in Africa at large. You have spoken tremendously around opportunities in the coastal economy. Particularly, you mentioned it's worth about 300 billion US dollars and potentially could employ 49 million people in Africa. What is the role of innovative thinking or innovation thinking in the context of this idea that you've had, and what role can it play in helping Africa to tap into its potential? And what can our policy leaders and institutions begin to do in this regard? That's another fully loaded question. I hope you got it. I can repeat it as well if necessary.
Wow, you're really keeping the difficult questions coming, huh?
I'm so sorry about that.
I think, to be honest, no, I'm just kidding. I like your questions. I think there's several ways we can look at it, but from a job creation opportunity, the digital economy is obviously a huge potential. I think the way that we structure universities on the African continent needs to be improved. In short, when you as a university are producing graduates that are not getting jobs, this is a big problem. And what are we doing to develop job creators? And in a way to create opportunities for people to make their own living, either as freelancers or as business owners. How are we making investment accessible? I think, to be honest, the way that I would like to see this innovative thinking from an African perspective, it's very similar to how the Baltic countries are running it. So the Baltic countries are Estonia, Lithuania, and Latvia. And these are small countries, 1 million people, 3 million people. But they run their countries as a startup. These guys that are politicians are not usual politicians. These are people like you and me. And they're amazing problem solvers. They don't have an education in political science. They haven't only been in this political system. These are people that build something. And I feel like if we could have that kind of leaders taking the political decisions and be representative politically, it would be a game changer for the continent. And again, women and youth are underrepresented. And this is not okay because the political system should be a manifestation of its people, and it's currently not. Yeah, I hope that answers the question.
Yeah, thank you, Jonas. And again, just to point out a few threads or pull out a few strands from what you shared. You talked about how our education system is currently structured, and that changes need to happen around there so that people are really learning. I always say that irrespective of the education structure that we have, our people are knowers. And so we have our own way, and we could tap into our own indigenous way of doing things. You also spoke about this, or went back to this idea of servant leadership. And you really emphasized that running a country like you run a startup is one of the key ways to drive innovation as well. And then finally, inclusivity, right? Both, not just for women, but also for young people. So we got you, Jonas. Thank you.
Yeah, can I say one thing?
Yes.
Can I just add one thing to my latest point? So there's a saying, this was a former president in the US, Reagan. I usually don't like him, but he said one thing that I think is very true. And that is that the 9 scariest word in the English language is, I'm from the government and I'm here to help. And that is a big problem because government is not something that you should be scared of. And the question is, are they truly helping or are they not? Because if they're not, then yeah, what Reagan is saying is correct, but it doesn't have to be that way. Thank you.
And I hope you heard that reaction from the audience as well. It does seem like that statement resonates with a lot of people. And as you were speaking, I don't know, in many ways you do remind me of Chinua Achebe, where also on this idea of leadership, he actually describes it as sacred trust. He says leadership should be like a priesthood in a civilized, humane religion. No one should get into it lightly or unadvisedly. Because it demands quality of the mind and discipline of the body and will than you would require from the ordinary citizen. So absolutely right in terms of what it takes, the kind of leadership that it would take to move us forward as a country and as a nation. Now, we want to dig into your experience at Pangea with running accelerator programs for youth and providing capital for innovative enterprises to scale. If you take a look at the broader context of Africa today, do you think that the biggest challenge we are facing on the continent is the lack of courage and creativity to move our ideas forward? And also, do you think also that our existing policies are designed to serve youth and promote youth development? Or what other factors do you think would be responsible for why we're still where we are today?
Oh, many reasons. First of all, governments make it unnecessarily complicated to do business. I don't know why. They love their stamps. They love the extra paperwork. And this need to always be this gatekeeper, middleman, like you're protecting some children. I find it to be silly. Many people, they open their own business. They have a university degree. It's not a 5-year-old with playing around with matchsticks, you know? So the whole aspect of this unnecessary administrative stuff and the love for the stamps, I don't understand it. I honestly don't. And stamp can be faked. So why are you so obsessed with everything should be stamped in this way or that way? Makes me crazy. I think there's policy-wise, we don't have agile policy. So what is agile policy means? That you develop a methodology as a political system to adopt and change your policies fast. So it's an exercise to do policy development faster and more efficient, okay? And we're not good at it. And this is a big problem. Because new technologies and models and systems are introduced all the time. And the policymakers can't keep up. And if they can't keep up in 2023, they definitely will not be able to keep up in 2025 or 2027. So the government should be a facilitator to enable its citizens to succeed. I think many governments have forgotten it and instead think that their citizens are 5-year-olds running around with matches, and if you don't provide them with a lot of administrative guidelines and force them to have stamps, then they will burn down the whole country or something. I'm not really sure, but it literally feels like it's something messed up with the perspective of what role government should have and who are your citizens, if that makes sense.
Of course. You're
Yeah. Also, last thing, access to funding opportunities.
Mm-hmm.
The development sector is money coming from tax systems, democratic countries, meaning legitimacy matters. This is, the majority of the population should have the final say. Also, if you're supporting people with billions and billions of dollars every year, my question is, if the majority of the continent is a youth, so the median age on the continent is 19.7 years old, 70% of the population are under 30, then calculating in my head, then 70% of the development money that is coming into the continent should be given to the youth. But I think it's less than 5%, or if even that. And that is also a huge problem because the financing is there. It's just locked up in systems that are not distributing it to youth. Thank you.
Amazing. Your analogies are really hitting home in the room, Jonas, so thank you. Keep them coming. Just want to stay on this question a little bit, especially because one of the things that you said is because it's that from a policy perspective, the government, in summary, tend not to take entrepreneurs or the young people seriously. So in addition to financing, which you already mentioned, and effective policies, how can we change this narrative of how government look at its people, not just its people do, but its young people? What do you think young people need to do, and also on the government side as well? How can we change this idea that we are, or facilitate or push this idea that we are serious about our country and we want to move things forward?
All right, I'm going to bring in some dynamite here, all right? If there's anybody who's up for it in the room, go for this idea. So what I would have done, I would have created a youth movement, a political youth movement, not a party, but a movement, same as Me Too, Black Lives Matter, whatnot, and done it Pan-African. And I would have done it youth-focused, so only youth can be part of it. But the interesting thing is then you're actually representing the majority of your people. So democratically, it has a lot to say. Second, I would have written a manifesto with requirements. This manifesto would have been areas such as no politician serving in this country should be more than 3 times the median age. So if the median age is 19, that means that if you're 57, you're not allowed to serve in the parliament, senate, or nothing. And you want to push it out, not as a political ideology. You want to push it out as a social media campaign to mobilize youth to agree on a set of in a set of areas, such as age limits, such as how money should be distributed. I would also educate people, social media-wise, on how to vote. These elections are important, but nobody trains somebody on how to use a vote to benefit themselves and their communities. And we all get hung up on this tribalism. But again, tribal systems are not loyal to the youth. The youth have zero currency in the tribal system. Tribal system is for the old people. They are the one who decide. So youth is just meat to the market. So I think the youth should be loyal to themselves and create a political movement and agree on a set of demands and push that. And the other thing is to do educate people in how to vote. And that also means educating people in like, this is the top 3 ways a politician will try to fool you to vote for them, but actually they're not delivering anything. Because many of these guys, what they do is just repetitive, and you can see it through, and you can educate people to see it through. I think this will make it much more difficult for the existing political parties, because for them to get the youth votes, they need to adapt to the demands by the youth movement. Also, if this movement wants development financing, it's very easy because you're representing the majority of the people. So you could literally contact SIDA, NORAD, GIZ, all the big development agencies and just tell them, hey guys, we are the Pan-African Youth Movement and we are pushing these things to reinvent the political leadership in Africa. And by putting an age limit to it, our ambition is that we get rid of all these old guys occupying all these places so we can get young men and women that are representative of the people to take decisions for the people on behalf of the people. Yeah, that is the most concrete way I think we can make changes fast. And that is utilizing strength in numbers. So people might think, but I'm a young person. I don't have any I don't have any money. I don't have any much value, you know? But considering that all the youth are the democratic majority, you have all the power, literally all the power. The ones who decide who wins election or not is in your hand. So once you become aware of it, now you should use that power to drive the changes that will benefit the youth. So that's why I'm saying a political movement would be the best way, because now you're pressuring the political parties to change and become better. And I think that's the fastest way to doing it. Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Jonas. The youth have the power to create any change that we might want to see. Thank you for that reminder. And I see that we're at time. So first of all, I want to say a huge thank you for engaging with us today. And as I wrap up to just, I typically will just repeat some of the things, highlights of our conversation. But before I do that, I thought it would be interesting to share a very short story about Bernard Shaw arriving at the New York harbor in the day of sea travel, stepping out of his ship and being immediately mobbed by journalists. And before the quickest one of them could even open their mouth, Bernard Shaw had fired off a response and stopped them cold. "Don't ask me what you should do to be saved," he said. "The last time I was here, I told you, and you haven't done it." I really do hope that this wouldn't be the case for a lot of us sitting in this room. Today, we've heard about creating value, being the foundation of innovation and leadership. Jonas also took us through the idea of having a vision for the future, and managing resources has been a key component for both innovation and leadership. And then finally, you talked about, from the government perspective, creating effective policies, legitimate financing, and then finally, creating a youth movement. I hope we will leave this hall today with with all of these information front and center as we continue to build our different organizations and initiatives. Thank you so much again, Jonas, and thank you all for listening.
Thank you so much, guys. It's a pleasure. And thank you so much for all your comments. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Please let's put our hands together again one more time for Kome as she goes back. And for Jonas, who graciously joined online.
Thank you so much. Okay. Whilst the fire chat was ongoing, we had another dignitary join us. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for the SSA to the President on Community Engagement, Moremi Ojodu. You're most welcome, ma'am. Thank you so much.
All right, I hope you enjoyed that wonderful session. So we're going to move right into another fireside chat before we segue into lunch. So the next fireside chat is titled Leveraging the EdTech Revolution for Sustainable Youth Development. And to anchor that session, we have our very own lead for e-learning and IT at Leap Africa, Ferdinand Iruka. So please, let's put our hands together for Ferdi as he comes up. Now, joining Ferdi on this very important conversation on how to leverage EdTech for revolution in sustainable youth development, we have Khadijat Abdul Kadir. I got that right. Khadijat Abdul Kadir, the founder and managing director for Ingrid Academy. She's a certified software solutions architect and holds a business engineering and management science degree, among others. Khadijat is a cloud computing and cybersecurity evangelist who is passionate about promoting the representation of young talents, especially women, in technology roles. Through her 5-year social enterprise, Digital Africa Woman, she has trained over 6,000 grassroots entrepreneurs across Africa and Europe. That should get a clap from us. Thank you. Equipping them with technical and business development skills to build and scale sustainable businesses. Khadijat holds senior technology roles at leading organizations in the US, Belgium, and other countries in Europe, where she drove various digital transformation projects. Please, let's put another resounding applause for Khadijat. Okay, over to you, Ferdi and Khadijat.
I think it's working, yeah.
Testing, yeah.
Yes, good afternoon, Khadija.
Good afternoon. I think I better take this so that I
Yeah.
can proceed.
All right. So it's really nice to meet you, and I was really looking forward to speaking to you. So I, for one, I am very, very curious about how edtech is growing in Africa, and when I was told I was going to speak to you, I mean, I was looking at your story and I was like, I really need to know how I need to hear you talk about edtech in Africa. I have a few questions. I know that we're crunched for time, but I have very interesting questions I would like to ask you. So maybe just giving a background to our discussion. So the edtech space in Africa has got a significant level of attention globally. Everyone wants to come and invest in Africa, and we have a lot of edtech solutions that are coming up. Today you are seeing one, tomorrow there's another one. There is a lot of financing going into this, and another key thing to mention is, sorry, okay, use this mic. So, 1, 2, yeah. So, another key thing to mention here is that there have been a lot of conferences going on around how Africans can tailor these solutions for Africans. So, one of my question here is very, very important question. So the question talks about how a minute? Yeah. So my question here is to ask you. So as a female entrepreneur, what are the challenges you have experienced when you got into this space? It would be good to learn that from you. Start with that first. No.
Okay. Much better? Okay, great. Thank you so much for your question. Thank you for the invitation, Leap Africa. This is really wonderful. I've learned a lot, actually, just being here in the last hour, so it's really, really lovely. As a female entrepreneur, I don't want to say that I've not experienced any challenges, but I also don't want to take for granted how much easier it perhaps has been for me coming into my industry as an entrepreneur now, because I didn't traditionally start out as an entrepreneur. I was working as an engineer. So for me, my career started out as just being a normal 9-to-5er at Microsoft, and then Accenture. So I had the opportunity to spend some time in the industry. When I moved to Nigeria, I luckily came in as the Chief Technology Officer for Africa Prudential, which is one of the heirs holding groups. And that also gave me what you consider a soft landing, but also gave me the opportunity to understand what this ecosystem needed. I was an employer in this ecosystem. I was an employer of technology talents. So I needed engineers to work for me, to work with me, and I needed engineers to help me build my transformative agenda that I had for the organizations. And so that's when I started to notice the gap. So when I transformed into an entrepreneur so that I could participate to the solution for the problems that I identified, I think it was a lot easier for me because I came in with some credibility in that ecosystem. But definitely, it's challenging being a woman in Africa, I think, generally, just outside of entrepreneurship. So that's a long conversation.
All right. Thank you so much for that. So when you were speaking and you mentioned, building a team, getting engineers, to create these solutions. So one of the questions I want to ask, so I have a question here. So how can African countries effectively integrate edtech into their educational system? while ensuring sustainability, scalability, especially in resource constrained environments?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think that it's interesting, because earlier you mentioned how the ed tech is a revolution of some sorts now. Everyone's talking about it, everyone is doing it. Every day there's a new ed tech, but I think it's not standardized. I think we need to even start to have a more policy conversations around the ed tech, right? Because today, for example, I'm very excited because you can look at MIT, you can look at Harvard, you can look at Emeritus. I've taken some classes on those, Columbia and the rest. They're now making education accessible globally to everybody through technology. So it's not, because I always tell people, if you apply to school, you get in, but there's only 35,000 people that can get in every year, right? There's like all the different quarters of how you can get into school, and only a certain number of people can be on campus. But today, because technology has made education accessible, you don't have to be on campus to get the same quality of education that someone who is on campus can get. So if you bring that into Africa, then you have to ask yourself, why is EdTech just being created by other people? Why isn't it part of what the universities are even really doing? Why aren't we making our syllabuses available? Why aren't we creating easier ways for people to be educated without having to go through 4-year degrees? So I think that it's really fantastic that entrepreneurs like me, I guess, are solving this problem and creating easier, more accessible ways through technology for people to not only get educated, but also stay current in the kind of education. Because you don't have to worry about studying mathematics in order to become, a data scientist or statistics. For you to do all of those, you can now, go take a data science class that maybe lasts about 9 to 12 months and graduate. So I think that we need to perhaps work a little bit more with our government to create policies that standardizes the edtech ecosystem so that the quality of education that is even produced is something that is at a globally acceptable standard and not just, anyone.
Wow, thank you so much. I really like the angle you came in because so a lot of organizations, a lot of schools are, what you're saying now is people are embracing this. So just a quick one. I was speaking to some teachers, some months back, and talking about how EdTech solutions can do a lot of things. But there was a question or a concern, and I have that question here. So the concern is, what will happen when we become over reliant on edtech solutions in the classroom, potentially leading to a reduction in teacher-student interaction, and how can this be balanced? So, in a nutshell, don't you think that there is going to be another strategy that has to come up to say, oh, we've solved this, now there's now a loophole, there's now a gap. We're now putting teachers, out of business. We're taking away that, peer-to-peer interaction. I mean, we can basically tell that a whole lot of learning is very good when you're interacting. But if we go to full digital, we might lose that bit. So I want to hear your thoughts on this.
Yeah, I think that's an interesting point. In fact, it's a challenge that I'm personally dealing with currently with my school. This at Ingrid, we took in 1,000 people, and just for this October, and we have an instructor-led virtual class. Simply because it's really hard to. When you have a purely virtual class, you have no interaction. It's very different. You have a different experience where you have to teach yourself. You have to read through the materials and perhaps the level of assimilation is different. I don't think that technology is going to send teachers out of school. I don't think so at all. I think it's going to be the same as all the conversations that we have about technology. They might have to evolve the way that they teach. We might have situations where we have instructor-led virtual classes being more available. Even when I was in university some years ago, we already started to have virtual interactions with our professors while we were in class. You know, we had this thing where you could tweet your responses on the board. And so I think there's a lot of integration of technology, not to wipe out the physical interaction, because that's very much necessary, and it also helps to learn better. But when we discuss about scaling the access and making it more available globally, it really becomes a thing of we have to rely more on virtual. And how do we do that? I think that we would probably spend more time designing instructor-led virtual classes where you still have some level of interaction with your professors and you're still able to really gain from, you know, fellow experiences with students. And perhaps we can start to even see that metaverse might become more useful, you know, in the ed tech, because a lot of people argue that there's not a case for it, but I think that I see a case for metaverse in the future of ed tech.
That's great. I like especially the metaverse, conversation, because I have had this conversation with edtech solution providers. And so another thing that, maybe just to add to what you're saying, another thing that came up, especially for us at Leap Africa, we did notice that you have to carry people along. So these teachers that we have there, they have to be handheld, into this space. So one of the key things that we did at Leap Africa, we just recently completed a pilot phase. We did an e-learning bootcamp, so where we trained graduates, undergraduates, how to create interactive courses. And very, very good insight on it, because we did an open application and we had over 735 applications all over Africa. But because it was the maiden edition, so we had to, and we wanted to be able to control it. It was a hybrid phase, so we had to narrow it down to Lagos, and we got about 21. We narrowed it to 21 participants at the end. And interestingly, we had more women on the program. We had over 16 women on the program and just about five men on the program. But good insight about it was that we were able to train these guys to take this back to their school. We're not telling you that teachers, you can also create these interactive courses, and you can not be left behind. So if they do that, this also influences the next teachers to come, I think it's something we can also introduce into university stages, because some of these guys just come in and they don't even know that this is happening, and stuff like that. So I do have another question. I think we're running out of time, but I want to ask this question. This question is on finance, because financing is really, really important. So I really want to ask, how do people, or what are the ways edtech organizations looking for funding, foreign funding, how do they set themselves out, or is there a way you need to set yourself to get funding? Because it's not enough to just have a solution. Sometimes you need some level of funding, and it can be very tricky. It can be difficult. I do know certain people who will tell you that I have a very good solution. I have a good edtech solution, but I do not have enough funding. I don't even know where to even start from. So it'd be good to know how they can get grants or funding for their solutions.
Okay, so this is a tricky part. The thing with funding is that there are different ways. The edtech is one of the most advantageous positions you can be in when it comes to a startup, because, well, first of all, your students can pay for their classes in one model. So that's an easy way to get funding to start. Second of all, depending on if you're building a technology then you might have a good case to look to VCs or other sources of funding. But I always tell entrepreneurs generally, because as you heard earlier, I have a lot of women entrepreneurs that I work with. When it comes to funding, well, you should bootstrap first, prove your solution, get some people buying from you, because I think, that's the best way to get credibility with investors and funders. So the moment you go into market with something showing at least that a small percentage of people are customers, you can easily gain credibility from investors. And when it comes to ed tech, it's also a very tricky thing, because I know that VC money often can, in fact, distract. It's a very distracting money. Those of us who have received it would know. So I think that you really should think about, do I want to go for private equity? Do I want to go for venture capital? Do I want to bootstrap and, traditionally run my business and have people just buy what I'm selling? I think there are really different conversations around this. So I don't want to be too quick to, to tell you which one to do. But I definitely think that you have to think about, what's best for your business and which type of funding, not just how should I get money, but which type of money do I need right now at this stage in my business, There are some smaller, easy monies to get that has no, what do you say? There's no catch. Maybe small acceleration funds that, give you some education. I think LEAP offers those type of money. So perhaps this is you're in the right place,
So I'm just going to have a small laugh here. So what will you call distracting money?
The big money that tells you what to do.
I mean, for the guys who are out there who want to, go into this space, what will you define distracting money?
Well, I'd say, with all due respect to all the VCs in the room today, venture capital is distracting. It's good money. It gives you a lot of initial boost. But investors are distracting, especially very early on in your business. I've had a lot of interactions with investors too early in my business, and in hindsight, I can definitely see that it was too early. So I think that a lot of times, we start a business and the only thing we're thinking about is, how can I get money? How can I be positioned very well so that VC will give me $3 million? You want to be on the headline. You're just eager because that's the measure of success. That's what they tell us is successful. But investors, when they invest, they want to get their money back immediately. Immediately. That's very tricky. It's distracting because almost no startup can live up to that standard. So you start to do what's going to get the money back, often at the detriment of the original model or idea that was supposed to be successful. And so you see that there's a lot of exits unintended, there's a lot of folds unintended, and there's a lot of, we decided to change our mind, we did something entirely different. Andela is a good example of somebody who did something entirely different than what they started out, because investors don't have the time for you to train people and then send them to work. Just send them to work. And there's a market for that gives the investors their money back. So Andela's now a different organization. So that's distracting.
Thank you so much for that. I like that response, especially bringing it to Andel. And my last question here, I know that we're off time. My last question here is: so where do you see Africa in 10 years, especially in the edtech space? Where do you think we will be?
Is that a trick question?
I mean,
just kidding.
Yeah, true.
In 10 years, I see what I hope, right? I don't know where we'll be, but I hope that it would be part of a larger conversation where we're producers. even if not industry producers, but like producers of talent, producers of technology, producers of solutions to our own problems. And, I see that we will have a seat at this global table. I think that's already happening in some small degree in some areas where we're beginning to be invited to the table to have conversations that are related to us. In the past, other people were talking about us. But today I think we're beginning to be invited to talk about us, which is a good beginning for us. So I hope that in 10 years' time, we will not just be invited to talk about us, but would also be invited to solve our own problems, and that we'll have competent people, ready to take on that responsibility.
Thank you so much, Khadija. I want to really, please, can we give a round of applause, please? I really want us to really take what she has said here into notes. I was about to ask all the questions on EdTech, we won't leave here today. Like I said, I'm very passionate about how EdTech solutions are happening in Africa, the direction we're going. Honestly, Leap Africa is open to, we do have a podcast we run. I'm thrilled to invite you to speak. But for now, I think we are okay with some of your answers today. So thank you so much. And thank you everyone for listening to us.
So please, you would wait for a picture, Madam Khadijat. Thank you. Photographers, please, the spot. Thank you. Just before we commence, we would want them to have a photo session, a quick photo op, and then we'll take it from there. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, a round of applause for Jonathan Kome, please.
Okay, so to move us along, we have made some slight adjustments to the agenda so that we can ensure that we are mindful of your time and we move along this event successfully. So right now, we're going to listen to an amazing, talented singer. Right after that, we're going to have the last panel session for today. And right after that, we're going to have the award session for today. So please hang in there. Don't leave. There's so much coming for you. And then after that, we're going to have lunch and then we go home. So lunch is going to be the last thing we do before we depart. So let Bigmo introduce.
Lest I forget. Coming on stage is a talented entertainer who just featured in the Niger Spirit Talent Competition. Ladies and gentlemen, the voice herself, Tessie, sings. A round of applause for her, please.
Okay, yes, please.
Please keep those hands jamming, pick the guns jamming. Thank you.
I'm trying to hold my breath, let it stay this way. Can't let this moment end. Instead of a dream, it's getting loud now. Can you hear it echoing? Take my hands, would you share these with me? 'Cause darling, without you
the shines of 1,000 spotlights, all the stars will steal from the night sky will never be enough, never be enough. Towers of gold are still too little. These hands could hold the world, but it'll never be enough, never be enough. Of 1,000 spotlight, all the stars will steal from the night sky will never be enough, never be enough. Towers of gold are still too little. These hands could hold the world, but it'll never be enough, never be enough. Living life on a merry-go-round, and you can find the fighter, but I see it in you, so we're gonna work it out and move mountains. We're gonna work it out and move mountains. And I'll rise up, I'll rise like a day, I'll rise up, I'll rise unafraid, I'll rise up, and I do it 1,000 times again. I'll rise up, high like the waves, I'll rise up, in spite of the ache, I'll rise up, and I do it 1,000 times again. For you. And I'll rise up, I'll rise like a day, I'll rise up, I'll rise unafraid, I'll rise up, and I do it 1,000 times again. For you. This is a message for the youth. You are strong, you are bold, you're enough to change the atmosphere. Don't let the world dull your sparkle, and then you'll see how creative and innovative you can be. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Please let's keep our hands together as she goes down. Thank you so much, Tessie. In my head, I sing that good, but people in my organization, they don't agree. But honestly, me and Tessie, we can do duets. Thank you so much. Thank you, Tessie. That's really amazing. So to move us along, we're going to move into the next panel session and the last panel session for today. Please, let's be reminded, this is a 2-day event. We look forward to welcoming you here again tomorrow. We have another Power Pack session planned for you tomorrow. And as we move towards the end of the event for today, we still have quite a number of things to do and quite a number of things for you to enjoy. So please don't move. So now to quickly get into the next panel session. The title of our next panel session is The Role of Value-Driven Leadership in Facilitating Systems Change in Africa. Our moderator for this panel session is the most radiant smile in the room, our very own Director of Programs, Amabel. Please let's clap for her. Diane Amabel is an international development expert, social change agent, and coach. She brings over 14 years of experience in social development, human and health services, designing, managing, and implementing youth and women girl-centered programming with an emphasis on innovation, entrepreneurship, strategy, and empowerment. She has worked across NGOs, governments, as well as private agencies, spanning 4 continents, and throughout her career has overseen a range of programs and initiatives. Amabel is currently the Director of Programs at Leap Africa, overseeing all high-level programmatic strategy and execution and a portfolio of programs and units that address key youth development areas, including social innovation, financing, impact investment, entrepreneurship, employability, and technology. Please let's put our hands together again for Amabel. So the first person on this panel is Ejiro Gray, the Executive Director, Governance and Sustainability, Sahara Group. Please let's put our hands together for Ejiro as she comes up. Ejiro is a governance and sustainability professional of 15 years experience with a background in law. She joined the Sahara Group as one of the pioneer graduate trainees of the organization. Ejiro was the first ever group company secretary to be appointed in the history of Sahara Group, and also being the first graduate trainee in the history of the organization to be appointed a director. Please let's clap our hands for Ejiro. In the course of her career, she was responsible for building the governance and compliance function of the group as a key success driver of the institutionalization of governance practices across the group's multi-jurisdictional business landscape. Please, let's give her another round of applause.
And for the second panelist is the AGI Program Director, Africa Center for International Private Enterprise, Lola Adekonye. Please, a round of applause for her. She comes forward. As the resident country director, Lola oversees CIPE operations and programs in Nigeria, and she leads the accountability, governance, and integrity strategy in the sub-Saharan African region as the program director. She leads the design, development, and implementation of a flagship initiative called Ethics First. Ethics First is a multi-stakeholder tech-enabled solution designed to unlock accountable, low-risk investment in Africa while creating an ecosystem of accountable businesses and investors. Her specialty is in advancing collective action and cooperation towards policy and institutional reform to strengthen transparency, encourage accountable investment, mainstream best practices, and compliance for businesses in diverse contexts to increase competitive advantage and sustainable development. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for her, please. Thank you so much. And for our third panelists, ladies and gentlemen, the Chief Brand and Marketing Officer, Union Bank, in person of Fumi Olufunmilayo Aloko, better known as Fumi Aloko, who joined Union Bank in 2020 and currently serves as the Chief Brand and Marketing Officer. In this role, Fumi is responsible for driving customer experience, brand management, and corporate communication strategy for the bank. She also drives the customer experience strategy across the bank by working directly with the functional heads in charge of the different strategic businesses, unit, and branch distribution channels to define and deliver expectations for each business and the bank. Fumi also drives the organization to collaborate for optimum customer experience delivery by creating a consistent customer-first and brand compliance focus. Fumi has over 23 years experience spanning from the banking industry and bank management consulting sector. She has an MBA from Warwick Business School of the University of Warwick, United Kingdom, and a first degree from Lagos State University, Lagos. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for her. And for the fourth panelist, Ronnie Morungu, a Regional Director for Africa and Middle East International Youth Foundation. Ronnie is an advocate for youth development and specialist in multicultural social development across the African and Middle Eastern regions. As the current Regional Director for Africa and Middle East at the International Youth Foundation, Ronnie has committed over 25 years to humanitarian and social development initiatives in various thematic areas. His enduring commitment to the empowerment and realization of young people's rights has been a central motivation throughout his professional journey, influencing his choice of organizations and collaborations. A researcher and writer in the field of development, Ronnie also holds a master's degree in strategic management. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Ronnie.
Okay, tomorrow. All right. Thank you so much, Ellen. Thank you, Big Mo. And it's a pleasure to be here with the panelists as they have been named. Thank you so much for agreeing to be part of this session. And it's a very interesting session. So the name of the panel is The Role of Values-Driven Leadership in Facilitating Sustainable Systems Change in Africa. And if you think about the theme of today's Sipa, it is maximizing Africa's potential through disruptive leadership and innovation. And I was just thinking about values-based leadership and disruptive leadership. And I think perhaps one of a major form of disruptive leadership in this climb is values-based leadership. And I'm going to come to you, Ronnie, first, because you're blessed among women. So you'll be the one answering the first question. And I kind of just want to get a sense of what are some of the challenges we face, so that we can even set the context for the crowd. What are some of the challenges we face as a continent when it comes to values-driven and ethical or moral leadership, as you've experienced it in your line of work? No, starting with Ronnie.
Great, thank you very much. I think let me start by appreciating Leap Africa for this amazing work. Amazing platform promoting social entrepreneurs in Africa. Coming to your question, it's really a timely question for the continent of Africa. Value-led leadership is really a challenge. It's something that we are hoping for, something that we are really struggling to get, mostly at institutional level, at national level, and also at continental level. The key challenges that I see is one, we have high corruption in Africa. Corruption is a big issue, and associated with corruption is the aspect that some of the previous speakers spoke about, is stewardship of resources. So we struggle to manage the resources that we have, and at the end, the institutions that should be actually managing
overseeing all those resources, they are captured by a few individuals at the detriment of nations and communities. The last aspect is sidelining, for a lack of a better description, sidelining some of the key sectors of the population. I think the previous speaker spoke about Africa being the youngest continent. And if you look at the number of representation in parliaments in Africa, it's 1.5% of all the parliamentarians in Africa are youth, according to the Interparliamentary Union. So if we sideline youth, if we sideline women, we are also sidelining the voices that should be pushing for development. So in a nutshell, these are the top level things that I see as a challenge in terms of promoting value-led leadership in Africa. Thank you.
Right, thank you so much, and thanks for talking about the fact that, corruption, that's the dirty C word, is a big issue on our continent, because I think that's where we start from. And one of the reasons why we felt the importance of a panel like this is to even start to talk about what are some of the ways we can correct, because even though we know that it's pervasive, there's still a need to demonstrate ethical leadership, especially for young people as they're coming into their own forms of leadership, as we're pushing for them to be leaders and take up more space. We want them to disrupt the status quo, and the status quo has been a lot of unethical leadership, questionable practices. So I'm going to come to you, Fumi, and I want you to speak to how are you thinking about the ways we can model ethical leadership, even from across, because leadership is not just one-dimensional. Leadership is across any sector you find yourself, even starting with leadership of self. And how can we begin to really model what ethical and values-driven leadership is, so that young people have something that they can aspire to and they can reference?
Thank you very much, Amabel. Modeling leadership, ethical leadership, starts from a place of personal responsibility and personal accountability. And I'll use some parallels. You're a team lead. I'm in the financial sector, so I'm going to take my examples from there. You're a branch manager in a branch. You have 5-10 people reporting to you, average age of about 25. And then you have 2 pool cars allocated to your branch to aid your marketing efforts. And then one is bad. And then there's another one that you've kept exclusively for your use, so the bank driver can go pick your kids from school, take your mom to the market, go get your nanny to do some errands. And you have 10 people, average of about 25, watching what you're doing. Personal responsibility, personal accountability. You're the face of that organization at that point. You're the leader that has been appointed to model certain behaviors and exemplify the values that that organization owns. You're supposed to model it. I had a boss when I was 22, when I just started banking. I was very young and often very stupid, but it is what it is. And in the days of the fax machine, I had a senior colleague. She was about 3 levels ahead of me. And she used to use that fax machine to place international calls. And then the phone bills will go up. I know the first month, our manager spoke about it, corrected her, gave her queries, and we're all there. Every time she's doing it, we watch her. And then one day, I saw a debit in my account. It was 1/3 of my monthly salary, and we all started shouting. He said we had a collective responsibility to correct that behavior. She was there, she was doing it, and we felt it was okay because it was none of our business. And the next time she tried it, guess who held her hand? I physically held. I said, "You're not going to do this." And so, modeling ethical leadership is from a place of personal responsibility. What do you want to teach people? What do you want them to see? It's not always what you say. When I facilitate programs, I stand in front of my audience and I put my hand on my head. And while I'm doing that, I tell them, touch your chin. 70% of the class puts their hands on their heads. People do what you do, not what you say. And so you have to embody what it is that you have to teach them. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. You know, when you think about leadership, it sometimes feels very abstract. But one thing I really appreciate that you did is that you made me remember that it's actually the person. So leadership is not just this nameless, faceless, it's a person. It's usually people. It could be collective, but it's still individuals in the collective. And the fact that it starts with personal responsibility and then collective responsibility as well. So how you move and behave in a world when you see things happening that are not supposed to be happening. Another thing that that struck me from your story was consequence. If there was no consequence, you probably would have been, it's your thing, it's not my problem. So there's also an importance of consequence when we see leadership that is not ethical or is not driven by positive values. Because you can also have negative values too. So I'm going to come to Lola. And so we talk about, it's still in the context of values driven. One of the things that has happened because of the lack of values in our leadership is the fact that there's such an erosion of trust. And when there's that trust breakdown, you kind of tend to throw the baby away with the bathwater. So even when you do see, or you don't even give a fighting chance. So how can we even begin to reestablish trust? Because leadership is very trust-based. So good leadership, when you feel that the leader it has the vision and the will and the servant heart, let me say. So how do you start to even regain trust or foster trust between the led, quote unquote, and the leaders?
First of all, thank you again,
thank you.
To LEAP for this conference. But specifically, thank you for the well thought out questions that we're asking about values-oriented leadership. And I say that because, and this links to my answer, I say that because I think in Africa and Nigeria specifically, where some folks like to think is the corruption capital, maybe they're not too wrong. I think we've lost the battle against corruption because we are fighting the wrong battle. This panel is fighting the right way, which is strengthening the core values that helps any society be resilient to corruption. That's where we need to focus. We can't reduce corruption by just fighting corruption. We will burn out. But we have to fight corruption by empowering the core values system that we want to see, so that, because every society is corrupt, we know that at least 10 to 20% of every society is corrupt, and I can explain why that is. But if our values are weak, then 80% would easily be corrupt. And so what we need to do is shore up, but what the question is about is how do we stop the bleed? Because if, like Fumi was saying, if junior colleagues see senior colleagues act in a certain way, it doesn't matter what they say. They distrust the entire system. True. So if, let's say, someone sitting here is the most ethical person on the board, but two people have been seen to be unethical, the entire board is unethical. My advice is this, and I see it happen time and time again, the mistake that we make, which continues to erode trust. As leaders in a highly corrupt system, if you are the one who is ethical, you cannot be the silent one. Groupthink is a thing that we teach in corporate governance. You see, there's this saying that lies would be halfway around the world before the truth finishes getting its shoes on. Well, now we need to learn that if we are the ethical ones, we need to be faster, we need to be proactive about putting our value system out there and insisting that this is the value of our organization, of our group, of our family. Why? Because those who are corrupt or who do the unethical things, they are quick to co-opt people to think like them and do with them, to conceal what they're doing or to continue to benefit from corruption. And you know what happens? We who decide this is not the right thing to do, we are a bit more reserved. And a lot of times we're elitist, so we don't talk, we write emails. but you should be calling a meeting. And you should be doing it kindly but assertively. So I'll say that to regain trust in this society, those who are ethical need to band together and speak louder. And there are organizations that work on, naming and faming. And one of the challenges they face is when they name and fame someone, that person gets in trouble. Retaliatory action, especially in the public sector, follows. But if there are other people who believe in those people's values, how about you speak up? And how about you band together? So I would say when you think about the saying that, corruption gets around halfway around the world, corrupts many more people before ethics and integrity gets its shoes on. Well, now, ethics and integrity, keep your shoes on and be ready to run even before, you have the opportunity to be loud.
Absolutely, absolutely. One thing that stood out from what you said, and I remember someone had said this to me recently, like maybe a few days ago even, and it's talked about, we've been so anti-corruption, and while being anti-corrupt, corruption seems to be thriving. So how about we're just pro-values? How about we are pro-instilling good values in young people? Instead of just talking about, don't be corrupt, it's more of even changing the narrative, even the nomenclature, just keep their focus on the positive values, the ethical ways of doing things, and demonstrating that it can be done. And I think that is helpful. Recently, we had a leadership accelerator program at Leap Africa, and we brought young African women from across the continent together, and there was a closed-door session, which we called a safe space. And we wanted them to kind of share about some of the struggles of working as African women who are trying to rise up the leadership ladder. And they were talking about the people that they work under. And it was horror stories, so many horrors. I couldn't believe my ears, what I was hearing. And I was thinking to myself, and I could see the impact it's had on them in terms of even how disillusioned they are with leadership, and the fact that some of them are making very absolute statements about what leadership is, whether things can change or not. And so again, it goes back to the fact that how are we being ourselves different, giving them a different narrative. So some of the conversations we had, I was speaking to them and kind of even correct some of the ideas they had. And I was using myself as a case in point in that regard and asking questions like, how would you even describe me? And so some of the stereotypes were being broken in the moment, but it left me with the thought about really how we're breaking trust, so whether we know it or not, and just ways on how we can really start to foster. So thank you for bringing that, because it just reminded me of that. So I'll come to you, Ejiro, and this, so in so many organizations, you see the values that are tabulated on their websites. They have listed different values. I remember I was in a marketing, or I think it was a branding, sitting in on a branding session, and the facilitator said, as long as you're for profit, you have no business putting integrity as a value. And I found that so funny. And this is here in Nigeria, and I thought, wow. But you said, but you see a lot of people, a lot of organizations really listing values. But when you meet some of the people in person, the people who are the face of the organization, they're quite counter or opposite of the values that they're espousing. And this is what came up even in this Leadership Accelerator program I just mentioned. So I'd like you to speak to that as to how did we arrive to this cosmetic approach to values, where it's nice to have a list, but we don't see the need to really embody it in our day-to-day ways of doing and being. So if you can speak to that.
Thank you, Amabel. Thank you, Leap Africa, for organizing this forum and for giving us a chance to discuss issues that are pertinent to our society and not just textbook questions or textbook topics. Fumi mentioned when she was speaking about doing as I say, not as I do. That seems to be quite pervasive in this part of the world. And like she rightly said, it doesn't work. I will do what I see you do, not what you say that I should do. I think primarily the reason why a lot of organizations have come to this cosmetic approach of we have the so-called core values written on the walls and everywhere, but we're not living it, is number one, the lack of consequences. If people are not being prosecuted for wrong behavior, it becomes acceptable. I truly believe that where there are no standards, mediocrity becomes a standard. Also, where there's no punishment or consequence for wrongdoing, whether it's a legal consequence or a moral consequence, because, there's the place for the law, where certain things can be declared to be wrong and enforced as being wrong. And then there's a place for the society to either accept or reject certain types of behavior. If continually things are being done and society is neither frowning at it, nor is the law punishing it, it becomes acceptable. And so what then happens is, for some organizations, they know, well, as part of a checklist, we know we ought to have core values. We have a mission, vision, and then core values. So they write it all down, what sounds good. But do they live it? No. I'll give you the Sahara Group example, because that's the most recent experience I have. One of the things a few years ago that we noticed, because we're continuously reviewing our culture, our practices, and all of that. And I was fortunate to co-lead a team that was reviewing the current culture. As the organization expands, we take a moment to stop, review, where's our culture, what's the temperature, and what do we need to do? And we realized, following a survey, that the core values, when you ask, say, a group of 5 people, each of them had a different interpretation as to what those core values meant. And whilst it's important that from the CEO to the cleaner, they understand and can relate to the values, it's important that there's still a central objective that is not missed. And so in our discussions and in our analysis, we came to the conclusion that whilst the values are one thing and they're important, what really at the end of the day is reflective of what your true values are the things you do on a daily basis. And so we came to the conclusion that what we need to then focus on is what we call our core practices. What are the things that we do that make us uniquely who we are? How do we respond to certain situations? How do we handle or drive certain things? And in identifying those things, we came up with those core practices. There are 9 of them. Some people complain, it's too much. I said, but these are what speak to who we truly are. And it's not about you cramming them. So that's not the objective. It's about understanding and being able to relate and align with them. And we made sure it touched on every aspect that speaks to our business and what we do. And then we took it a step further. Beyond just listing those core practices, we then took each one and said, for this particular core practice, so for instance, leadership and trust, right? We had to explain what does it mean. And then for each category, so a senior manager, a mid-level manager, junior officer that's just starting out their career, what does this mean for them? How do they translate it to their day-to-day practices? And then we had to, answer those questions. What is the expectation of you at that level of your career? And of course, we had to run learning sessions and all of that to pass on that message and to get their feedback as well. Because it's one thing for you to preach at people, it's another thing for them to buy into what you're saying. Because it must reflect what they actually do on a day-to-day basis. The next step in that process is then to make it a core part of the appraisal system. So it should be fed into your KPIs as a department and as individuals. Because without it being appraised, without it being monitored, nobody's going to adhere to it. And for an organization that is growing very rapidly, you're getting more and more people coming in from different parts of the world with different cultural behaviors and beliefs. And if you're not careful, if you're not watching that space, they will infiltrate it with their own personal beliefs because nobody is challenging them. Nobody is saying this is wrong or this is right. So I think it's important that we go beyond those values that are written. What does it actually mean to us as a business? If we can address that on an individual basis, I think it will go a long way to moving away from that cosmetic culture of just having core values that don't align with what you actually do. Thank you.
Please, a round of applause. Thank you. Yes, that was great, and I really appreciate how you kind of practicalized it within your organization, and I think that's an excellent way to do it. And it's true, because I think there's really a sense of people not really understanding what it means. So it's very subjective, meaning different things to different people. And also, we live in a world, I think, if I can say it, of moral relativism, where everybody gets to decide what's good and what's bad, you know. And so back in days where there was a general consensus on what we considered morally reprehensible things, but now, you know, if that works for you, have at it, you know. And that is also a big problem, because how do we create those standards? So I think I'm coming back to you, maybe to give a follow-up. How do we create those standards even beyond the workplace? Because this is a practical way in the workplace, but even in public service. And of course, this can be an opinion because you're in the private sector, but just as we mainstream in our programs, as we go into public service, as we even teach our children in schools, our young people, our teenagers, our adolescents, how can we start to mainstream a standard way of seeing things? What are we even defining as values, you know? So I just want you to maybe talk about that as well, as a follow-up to what you said.
Thank you. So, you know, the value system of any society, I think, is largely driven by the culture. The culture is also driven by what is accepted as normal. There's something called the law of continuous exposure. The more you hear something, the more you see it, the more you're surrounded by it, the more you start to accept it as normal. Because your senses, everything about you starts to see it and become familiar with it. Now, in society as well, if people are doing things that are unethical, whether in public service or in the private sector or wherever, if they're doing things that are unethical, like Fumi said, if everybody is keeping quiet and accepting it as the norm, it becomes the norm. And then the lone voice that speaks up against it becomes the outcast. Like, what's your problem? So if you look at social media, for instance, you would see stories. I mean, I go through all these blogs once in a while, and you'd see stories of maybe some person coming into sudden wealth, sudden and unexplained wealth. And people start to question, like, how and where did you make this money and all that? And then you get people who also come and say, well, when he was poor, why didn't you ask why he was poor? What has that got to do with anything? Why do we do that? People start defending and say, what's your business? Why do you want to know? You didn't care when he was... No, you have a right to ask those questions. But if everybody is fighting those questions and you are outnumbered, then you find that it's the wrongdoing or those questionable actions that become accepted as the norm. So I think most importantly, we need to start questioning things. We also, I think that our culture in this part of the world, because we place a lot of premium and emphasis on respect, and there's nothing wrong with respect, but we need to understand that respect does not mean I cannot question your actions. So, you know, coming from that culture of you can't even look an elder in the face or in the eye. You can't say an elder is lying. So you don't question people. And in not questioning them, you don't hold them accountable. Once people know that they will not be held accountable and they will get away with it, they will do anything that they want to do, knowing that there are no consequences. And for as long as we continue in that pattern, the younger ones coming up are seeing it and they're emulating it. Remember, they're doing as you do, not as you say. So it doesn't matter what the law says. If that law is not being enforced, and they're seeing that those who are not complying with it are the ones getting ahead, that's what they're going to go after. That's what they're going to want to emulate. So first of all, consequence management is key. And also, let's encourage questions.
Let's encourage accountability. Let's encourage holding people accountable regardless of how old they are. Yes, do it respectfully, but please allow me question your actions. The moment you take away that right, you have endorsed the irresponsibility that we're struggling with today. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Oh, you want to add? Go ahead. You want to add to that? Go ahead.
Thank you so much. You know, as you were speaking, it was resonating a lot with me and with Fumi and all of us. But I just want to add to what she said and give you another perspective. In every society, so there's this famous Maslow's theory of moral development that we're mostly familiar with, I believe. It's the hierarchy of how most people interpret decision making. And one of the things I would like us to get to, that it would take a long time to get to, is kind of what you were describing and what Amaka was describing as well, which is our core values should be innate, but they can be positive or negative. In Nigeria, unfortunately, majority of our core values, our innate core values, are negative. And I'll tell you a quick story to prove it. We started a program where we empower people with anti-corruption training skills for companies. And we had a leading expert from Nigeria who was now the advanced anti-corruption trainer for companies. And we asked him to go to Rwanda to please do a training for the new partners who had been onboarded. This was their first interaction with anti-corruption training for companies. They'd never done it before. And we sent an expert anti-corruption trainer from Nigeria to support them. Now, unfortunately, he got there and encountered one corrupt taxi driver. And the partner in Rwanda heard about this interaction with the corrupt taxi driver and was livid. And he called the police in Rwanda and he was like, that taxi driver needs to be arrested. This is wrong. He's going to give a bad impression of our country. They shouldn't do this. And then the expert anti-corruption trainer from Nigeria who came to train the new anti-corruption trainers started to beg on behalf of the corrupt taxi driver. Right? And he was saying to him, oh, this guy's going to lose his job. It's, Now, what did I take away from that? Corruption, it's strategy, culture, it's strategy for breakfast. My dear anti-corruption trainer was filled with the strategy for fighting corruption, but the core values were not yet innate. But the core values are innate in the Rwandan gentleman who's new to the strategy for fighting corruption, but he just knows what the standards are and what the core practices are. We are not yet at the point where every staff in every organization, you can vouch, except for Sahara maybe, or LEAP, or Union Bank, or Psych, or Yali. We're not at the point where you can vouch that if you ask 10 of my staff to take a bribe or pay a bribe, 8 will say no. In most Nigerian organizations, we're not at that point yet. You might say, what was the price? Was it a trip to Dubai? And who was asked, right? We're not at that point. Because we're not at that point, we have to be so innovative and practical with our compliance programs and core values, analysis and enunciation in this part of the world. And so when we teach our business ethics and integrity programs in Africa, they're not like what you will see for a company in the US or in the UK or, where the controls still exist. And so because the controls are there, so there are consequences, there are incentives, it's innate. The Maslow's hierarchy works. If they ask the first question, is everybody doing it? I don't think so. Will I get caught? Oh yes, it was in the news. A few people got caught last week. So most people are not at the top of the pyramid. Because most people are between number 1, 2, 3, the controls need to work. And so when those controls work, by the time they ask number 1, 2 questions, they stay away. But because those controls don't work here, we have to be more proactive and more active.
Amabel, if you just allow me just a minute, I'm so sorry.
Okay.
So we've spoken at length about how it happens in the workplace and with people who are already adults or established. So we look at Generation Alpha, they're the kids. Now, I grew up in an environment where children were both heard and seen. We were encouraged to do that, and I encourage my kids to do that. I encourage the juniors that I onboard on my team to do that, to ask questions, because when they ask questions, they get the answers. And I'll give you a little parallel. When you go to the supermarket, the big supermarkets, they don't give you a receipt. and you want to go out, there's a problem. So we were there, and the gentleman's printer had a problem, and I was getting upset. And I was getting upset. And I got so my son was 6 then, and I got so upset, I snapped. And first, my daughter distanced herself, like, I don't know this crazy woman, and I'm not with her, so she moved away. And then my son looked at me, and then he shook his head. I'm like, what's wrong with this little old man? And he said, Mommy, you've got to learn to allow people to make their mistakes. He was 6. And what did I take? I took that statement, and I took it back to work. And it helped me, because I had junior colleagues that, I'll tell you, once is happenstance, twice is a coincidence, 3 times there's a problem. But then I had to extend it to 7 times to see, because people come from different cultural backgrounds and different value systems. You're trying to build and you're trying to encourage them and model a new system, a new way of thinking, a new way of life. You don't do that by hammering them. You've got to encourage the questions. And it goes back to what Ejiro said earlier about performance management, and core values. People need to know where they fit in and how they support and grow those values. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you. I like that you had strong responses. And we're rounding up now, but everything you said made me think about this phrase that I always like saying, especially when I think about culture, because I've heard so many times people say, is our culture? And I say, was man made for culture, or was culture made for man? Because the way it seems, the way you're speaking about it, is like culture is this thing that just came from somewhere and landed, and we're all beholden to it, as though it's not evolving and it's unable to evolve. Culture should be adaptive to new knowledge, new information, new ways of doing things. So that brings me to a question that I would really love. Maybe this will be what we used to round up. I would love everyone to answer, starting with Ronnie. Ronnie, I don't want you to feel left out with it. But we've talked about the fact that a lot of values erosion is now becoming cultural because of the things that we're imbibing. So even though we know what to say, we know what is attractive and quote-unquote sexy to say, but we've not imbibed it from the inside. So I really like the anecdote you shared about the Rwandan who was already living out those values, but didn't have a word for it of anti-corruption. It was his way of being, So how can we start? And Ronnie, this is starting with you. How can we start to shift back to a culture of values that we can be proud of, values that are representative of the Africa that we want, and values that will take us to leadership that will really transform Africa? Because we know, research has shown, and it is research that is ubiquitous, and that is that the more there is corruption in a country, the more there's weaker institutions and poorer systems, there's a direct correlation with increased low socioeconomic outcomes, poorer health outcomes, poorer human development outcomes. The better institutions, the stronger institutions, where there seems to be lower levels of corruption, higher value systems, there's increased prosperity, increased socioeconomic outcomes. So it's even beneficial for shared prosperity, for transformation, for growth. So how do we start to imbibe these value systems in our young people? You work at IRF and you deal with a lot of young people. It's a very critical thing that we need to be thinking about.
Great, thank you very much for that remarkable question. I'm based in Rwanda, and thank you very much for bringing that experience. Yeah, corruption in Rwanda is near zero. Wow. Yeah, you ask yourself many questions before you think of whether you should bribe someone, because you never know what's going to happen to you. So still on the aspect of culture, in Rwanda they have a end of month practice, which they call umuganda in their local language, where they do community activities. At the end of the community activities, then they congregate and they speak around the development issues and so forth. One thing which is unique about umuganda, in every conversations that they have, they speak around transparency, honesty, then altruism, what you are doing should be for the good of the community. And it has become part and parcel of their culture. So there's room to adjust the culture that we have as a people. The second aspect I want to highlight is I think our education system is really flawed. I think our education system across Africa is rote education where you are taught to cram things. And I think there's room for us as we look into transforming the education system to instill the aspect of value-based leadership from the onset, kindergarten up to university. I think that is very key. The third point I can highlight is leadership. Our national leaders, they should exhibit the value-led leadership that we are looking for. So if a president, if a prime minister, if a minister is not exhibiting that, how about the citizens? Because they are the role models in terms of leadership, and you are failing to exhibit that. So at the end of the day, every other citizen will adopt that because they will think that is the national model for that. So there's need for our national leaders to exhibit value-led leadership so that the citizens also can adopt that as a role model. So I think in a nutshell, those are the three recommendations that I can put forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. For me, I would like you to speak to that. I also like you to maybe share on, because he mentioned leadership and our leaders being value-driven, but they have to be constrained to be. They're not going to be without some sort of external pressure. How can we also constrain while you respond to that too?
So I think that the journey to value-based and ethical leadership starts with intentionality. You have to be intentional about it. It also starts with your immediate circle of influence. We can't change the whole world at once, but we can do Kaizen, incremental improvements. So you start with your circle of influence, and you model it, you encourage it. Where it is wrong, you call it out and correct it. In my team, I have a large team. We try to do, I try to have town halls with them. So apart from having the regular meetings and everything, we call a town hall where we're not talking about work. We're talking about things that matter, social norms, what's going on with people, what people feel upset about. I mean, the last one, they called me out on something. It was quite interesting. But it is what it is. So you start with your circle of influence, and you model the behavior that you want to see to them. They have a circle of influence. So it's one concentric circle that expands and expands and expands. And it's not something that is going to happen in 10 years. Yes, our national leaders are corrupt, but we also have a personal responsibility not to be. And I'll situate it in Nigeria. Nigerians are Nigeria's worst enemies. You get an artisan to do something for you. It's going to charge you a ridiculous amount for something that is probably not more than 500 or charge you 20,000. Because he's looked at you, he's profiled you, said, this person, if it afford them, make a try him. You know? And then they try, and if you gawk, sorry, you move on like that. And then you look at social media. We were talking about X. I still persist in calling it Twitter. I think that just has more fun, It's been X'd, right? So you look at it, and I tend to follow a lot of the conversations, and you see there was a gentleman that was recently arrested because he killed his girlfriend, and he was arrested in another West African country. But there were people on Twitter who were defending the fact that he committed a capital offense by what was his state of mind to justify that. And you look at that and you ask yourself the question, do they have people who model this? Who model the right behavior and not the negative one towards them? A lot of times they don't. So that's where social norms come in, social avenues like this, where you build community-driven, you have communities of people or communities that can encourage this type of improvement, who model this. Of course, it's not going to be cookie-cutter perfect, but it's a start. And I think it's something that we can work on.
Absolutely. Thank you. Yes, I would like you to also respond. So just ways that we can start to imbibe those values. And maybe I would add another dimension to your question, which is, we're talking about innovation, and we live in a rapidly evolving digital world. And there's always all these concerns with AI and tech And how can we balance preserving or cultivating moral values that are traditional in some aspects, while we're also embracing innovation, even though there's quite sometimes access to innovation makes us do crazy things. So yeah, we'd like to hear your thoughts on that as you round up.
Two things. One is, and I've given this a lot of thought, and I think when I moved back to Nigeria, one of the things I was most afraid of was losing the drive to continue to insist on things being done the right way. By that, I mean, I remember I was driving with my son at the time. He was about 3 or 4 years old. And, we saw a sign, and it was like a bike and an X, a cross sign. So it means bikes shouldn't go on that road. And then he saw a bike going on the road, and he was like, "Oh, mommy, look, the bike is breaking the rules." And, the police would arrest them. I'm like, yeah, the police would arrest him. It's wrong, shouldn't do that. And then the next time we were driving on that road, we see a policeman on a bike breaking the rules. And I looked at him, and I was trying to make sure we drove past there quickly before he saw that, But I thought, you can't live like that. You can't live like that. You can't live afraid that you're learning things the wrong way around as you grow up, because there are very few good role models. And so I decided, and I hope everybody decides with me, to just be that one crazy person who always calls out, let's just do it the right way. Respectfully, with love, as Ejiro was saying. I think accepting that you have to be that one person who speaks up, does the right thing, figures out how to be different, swim against the tide, as they say, on a personal level. So coming back to what Fumi was saying about personal responsibility, even if they call you crazy, in the broader context of technology, and the second point is this. I think it's important for us at this point to think about not just prioritizing, but incentivizing integrity. Another thing that happens, and not for too long, and be very careful about the balance where people start to tell you the truth because they expect you to give them something. Be careful about that balance. But I'll tell you why I say so. When I was hiring, one of the challenges was, and I'll put it the way my mother-in-law puts it. My mother-in-law puts it like this. She says, her driver is not very smart, but she likes him like that. Keep him that way. The smart one stole from her crazy. She doesn't have the strength to deal with that anymore. So you're struggling with competence and integrity. Right. One of the things we found was the person who is more competent could be a bit less, it could be more dodgy. And not too, transparent. And that was sad for me. So what I figured was, even if the person with integrity has less capacity, is not as forward and proactive, I want to build that capacity. Right. Because that value is more expensive. It's more value. Absolutely. Than, this other person. Like my mom would say, she's an educationist. She says, if you don't have values and you go to the best schools, you just learn how to be a very tech-enabled thief, a better thief, a smarter thief. So you need to build values as you also build capacity. Right. And so to be able to do this second thing, I think technology comes in. Yeah. We are very much afraid of AI and tech, but AI and tech can also help us strengthen these core values. And at the end of the day, the values that AI spits back at us is the values of all of us collectively. A lot of the material in ChatGPT and all that comes from the internet. A lot of that material doesn't really come from Africa yet. If Africa continues to have these warped values and then we start to populate ChatGPT, in no time, ChatGPT would learn to ask, what is in it for me, when you're just asking a simple question. So we have to strengthen our core values so that when it goes all up into the sky and ChatGPT is feeding back what it's learned from us, it's good stuff it's feeding back from us. I guess it's a scary story. I think the last thing I'll say is, and for those of us who are still very connected to our African roots, I would say go do some research, because much of our African traditions are tied to good core values, actually. I've been reading about the philosophy of many different tribes, and it's been very interesting how solidly, like Ubuntu and the altruistic idea.
I think the Yoruba people call it Omoluabi.
Thank you very much, yes. So
yeah, thank you. Thank you, Laura. That was awesome. And I like the fact that your take was, AI can actually be a resource, can actually even help us espouse and imbibe these values. So, Ichiro, I'd like you to sort of round up how you think we can do better in this.
Thank you. I think in addition to what everyone has said, I think in addressing this issue, changing things around, we must also address it from the root cause. The root causes of this war. One of the root causes of the warped values over time has been poverty. It's not an excuse, it's a reason. There's a difference. An excuse sort of justifies why. So it's not a justification, but it's a reason. The more that middle class is eroded, the more you're establishing and reinforcing a high-power, distant society where the man with deep pockets who can get away with anything. For as long as people are seeing that, they would always defer to the deep pockets, regardless of the facts of the situation or surrounding the situation. I remember back in the day, I'm sure most people can relate. I'm sure our parents or grandparents used to tell us about how you're traveling on the road and you see someone's wares by the side of the road. The person is not there. You stop, you drop the money, right? Collect the value of the goods, corresponding to the amount that you dropped there, and you go away. And it was okay. You can't try that now. You can't try that now. And one of the reasons you can't try it is the level of poverty has driven people to the point of throwing away their values because they have come to see that what is rewarded is not necessarily good behavior.
Yeah.
Which brings me to the next point. What are we rewarding?
Thank you for being here.
Like everybody else has said, what kind of behavior are we rewarding? Yes, it's one thing to punish wrongdoing, but what are you also encouraging? What are you rewarding? Who are you celebrating? In our society, in our communities, who are we celebrating? Is it just based on the depth of their pockets or their values? I think we need to think about all those things, and if we're able to start to address it from that viewpoint, it will go a long way in correcting the value system.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I think we're at time. I can't see the timer, so I kind of lost where we were. I was watching it closely, even though it was a bit hard. But one of the things that has stayed with me is we cannot overemphasize the importance of being values-driven and starting to cultivate and imbibe a culture that is characterized by by positive values. I think all of us, each and every one of us, like Fumi said, it's personal responsibility. It starts with you. I can't be pointing fingers at someone and then pointing back at me, and I haven't looked to see what am I doing and how am I in some ways compromising. My CEO at Leave Africa, she gets frustrated when we go places and she's like, it's like the person doesn't even know what they're doing is wrong. And she brings it up like this, and she makes it a point to correct, to say, this is wrong. And sometimes people look offended, but it's okay because maybe a seed has been sown. So we have to do something as opposed to unlooking, which we do a lot. So I want to really thank you all. It's been a pleasure. I think we can talk about this for the whole day. I really love what you shared, Ronnie, about Umuganda, and I think that that has stayed with me as well, to see how we can even start to imbibe things like that. But thanks to each and every one of you, Ronnie, Fumi, Lola, Ejiro. It's a pleasure, it's an honor, it's a privilege to sit here with you. And thank you all for listening attentively. Really appreciate you. All right. Okay, so it says we should get up and take pictures.
Please let's put our hands together as our panelists go down. Thank you so much. That was such an interesting panel session. Now we have a 2-minute remark from one of our partners. So please, are we ready? Okay, so we have a 2-minute remark from one of our partners. Partnerships play an important role in the work that we do at Leap Africa. And over the years, World Connect has constantly prioritized alumni of the Social Innovators program in its grant cycles, promoting community development. To speak briefly about the support given by World Connect to fellows and alumni of the program, please join me in welcoming Vanessa Adebayo for a short remark. Please let's put our hands together for her. We're not too tired. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. First and foremost, I'm not going to take too much time because I know everyone is hungry and tired, but I just want to share a brief, overview of our partnership with Leap Africa SIP program over the few years. First and foremost, my name is Vanessa Adebayo, as previously mentioned, and I am the World Connect program officer based in Nigeria. And as an organization, World Connect is a nonprofit organization that focuses on grant making in the global south. And we really believe in local development. We believe that communities have the capacity to be able to solve solutions to their problems and their challenges. And so we do give money to local leaders to be able to execute projects within their communities. And unlike other grants, because I know anytime people hear that grant making, they get excited, we really believe that rather than an individual coming up with their own ideas, they go back to the community and understand what it is that the community needs and how they're able to then go about it to be able to build their capacity to have sustainable development within their communities. Over the past 15 years, World Connect has invested over $8 million in 42 countries around the global south, and we've been able to really see the fruits of our investment by seeing that there's about 3 million people who have been impacted overall. 95% of our projects have succeeded, and we have about 78% of those projects that have been able to sustain themselves even past the 5 years that they've been implemented. The way that we do this is, one, by asking the community leaders, like our alumni from SIP, they come to us and we ask them to go to the community, identify their priority challenge within those communities, and then we train them, we build their capacity and make sure that they are qualified to go back into their communities to execute these projects. And then we ask for a co-investment. So whatever money that they're asking for from us, we ask that they also invest 25% of the amount that they're asking for. And we see that that builds their capacity and also allows them to be able to take ownership of the projects that they're implementing. Over the past 6 years, World Connect has funded over 35 projects from LEAP SIP program, and we've been able to donate or give a total of $160,000 US. And then an average of $4,500 is given to each project each year. And so we want to thank LEAP SIP program for all of the work that they've done in preparing their alumni to come and receive grants from us. We know it's not an easy feat. Because of time, I would have loved to share some of the alumni, but we can just share their pictures. We have Rita Idahai. She's a Leap Africa alumni, and she was into being able to take waste and turn it into like materials like bags and wallets and backpacks. And she really was able to train an IGP camp of women to really feel empowered to be able to build their own businesses. We have Aduntuwashe Adnele. He also built a pet bottle school in Isolo. I mean, he did an extremely great job being able to build a school out of pet bottles on a table and then allowing 44 students to be able to receive education on a day-to-day. We also have, last but not least, Tony Joy. She is also an Leap Africa SIP alumni, and she was able to turn cocoa pods into black soap and empower women in Akure to be able to build to build their own businesses, but then more importantly, to be able to develop skills and entrepreneurship skills to be able to build the soap and be able to sell it to people within their communities. I'm extremely proud to represent World Connect today here, and I'm just so grateful to be able to be a part of this journey. Congratulations once again, and happy 10-year anniversary.
Please, a round of applause for her one more time.
All right, so before we go into the next segment, I would like to encourage us to please help us out with the feedback form. So we're going to put up a barcode on the screens now, multimedia please, and we encourage you, please scan this, and it's a 1-minute survey. 1 minute. We want to hear from you. How have you enjoyed this program? What have you learned today? And we want to be sure that we're doing the right thing. We know we're doing the right thing. But please help us by filling this feedback form. Just 1 minute. Thank you. All right.
Please make sure you scan and have access to it. You can assist your neighbor if they are finding it hard to actually access. We've got about 30 more seconds while you have that. We would prep to present the awards. These awards are to recognize ecosystem players who have contributed actively to creating an environment that supports change agents and African youth to thrive. Ladies and gentlemen, for the Ecosystem Builder of the Year in recognition of an organization that has made exceptional contributions to nurturing, building, expanding, and sustaining the youth innovation ecosystem. Right before I call on the recipients, I would want to call on the presenters. I would want to invite back on stage from World Connect, Vanessa Adebayo. Also, to join her in presenting the award, we want to invite M. Ekong from Ande. Also to join is from Leap Africa, Annabelle Nwakama. And also to join them is AVPA, Chinedu Allison, and also Khadija Abdulkadir from DAW to present the award. And the recipient for the Ecosystem Builder of the Year goes to Ashoka, Africa. Please, a round of applause for them. You can do better, you can do better. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And congratulations to Ashoka, and thank you for the great work you do. Now, for Partner Over the Years Recognition Award, this is an honorable mention for a partner who has supported us through the years. And to give that award, let's quickly welcome the following people to the stage to support with that. Let's start with the board chair for Leap Africa, Mrs. Claire Omashe. Please let's clap for her as she comes forth. Fumi Oluku of Union Bank. Sheriff Aluku, I got that right now. Sherifa Balogun, Josephine Nezirem, Adiolu Adewomize, and yes, that's it. Thank you. All right, and the special recognition for Partner Over the Years goes to Sahara Foundation. Please let's put our hands together for them. Please let's keep clapping as Sahara comes forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for being an amazing partner through the years. One more round. Thank you, Sahara Foundation. Now we move on to, maybe Madam Chair, please stay back. Okay. So for the last award for today, we have the Long-Standing Partner Award. As you saw in the video earlier, during the Partners Showcase, one organization has consistently supported the program since its inception and funded 9 out of the 10 years that the program has run for. They have given their time, resources, and talent to ensuring that social innovation in Nigeria and on the continent continues to thrive, and so do social entrepreneurs. Now, to give this award, I would like to welcome the following people to the stage to help. Let's have Tosin Dabiri, please come up. Ichiro Gray, please come up. Moremi Ojodu, please come up. And Ronnie. Please let's support the board chair to give this Long-Standing Partner Award. Thank you. Please let's keep clapping. Let's keep clapping. Okay. And to receive the Long-Standing Partner Award, please, let's give a standing, jamming ovation to Union Bank. Please, let's keep clapping. Let's keep clapping.
Keep those hands busy.
9 out of 10 social innovator program has been supported by Union Bank. So please, let's keep clapping for them. Thank you so much, Union Bank. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you to our amazing partners. Okay, so another picture. So while the pictures are going on.
Yeah. Thumbs up for the 10th, 11th, 12th, 13th.
We look forward to more partnerships. We look forward to more collaborations, and we look forward to going even further with the impact that we're making. Thank you so much. And please, the most important people in the room, yourselves, clap for yourselves. Give yourselves a resounding clap. Thank you for your time. Thank you for being here. Thank you for honoring these people.
And let's not forget those online. Please, a round of applause for them as well.
Yes, please. Virtual claps, virtual claps.
Well, congratulations to all the award winners to wrap up day one of the 10th anniversary celebration of Sipa. With a closing remark, I would like to invite a woman whose brilliance and leadership are exemplary, and in the past year has provided strategic direction for Leap Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, the Executive Director of Leap Africa, Kehinde Ayeni.
Thank you, as exquisite MCs. Thank you so much. My work is the easiest, really. You know, just coming here to say thank you, but I have to do it by maintaining protocol. As you know, every good thing must come to a stop, but this is not a hard stop, by the way. And as I look around, I am genuinely struck by your awesomeness, the dedication, the commitment that it takes for you to sit through so many hours of fantastic and engaging conversations. You all have moved mountains and your schedules to join us today, and we don't take that for granted. It's past lunchtime and we still have a packed room. Again, we don't take that for granted. Thank you. But I'll start my gratitude by first acknowledging the owner of this vision. As you know, this is not my own personal vision. I'm just a bearer of the vision. To Indidi Wuneli, who is our founder. A big round of applause, please. She is the owner of this vision, and we are just running with it. We thank you, Indidi, for making this possible because you thought about a platform such as Leap Africa, on which we are all standing on, and we are grateful. I also want to thank each one of you who are also online, because it's not even easy for you to dedicate your hours as well in this very virtual world and virtual fatigue. We also don't take that for granted. But I come into the room and recognize our number one champion at Leap Africa, and that is our fantastic, our able, powerful, influential board chair, Mrs. Omasheye, Claire Omasheye. She is a leader of leaders, and I don't take it for granted that she came back from Lagos to join us because she had been here this week and left and came back to join us. That is a leader, that is an innovator, that is a disruptor, that is a dynamic personality, and we also don't take it for granted, Mrs. Omasheye. And she doesn't walk alone. She works with a group of other dynamic champions, our programs committee. The theme for this year was agreed upon, even though it's late by some other books, as far back as March, and it's thanks to our fantastic and dynamic group of committee members. The programs committee, salute to every one of them. Of course, they are not all here, but of course, we have a leader that is representing them as well. So I thank you, the programs committee, for allowing us to run with this vision. I also want to thank the executioner of this vision as well, the team. It takes a whole village to pull a conference together. It takes a whole village to run with the different moving parts of it. And so I also want to acknowledge my colleagues who have also worked tirelessly in executing the vision. But another dynamic group of people make us live our dream. Our partners, our sponsors, our friends, our donors, they make it happen. So thank you very much. More specifically to the International Youth Foundation. Ronnie is representing the IYF team. Thank you so much. Sahara Foundation. It's been an amazing journey having you on board. You've been there, and we continue to welcome your support. To Union Bank, who has won big for the night, thank you so much for being here. That is not a bribe. We talked about corruption today already. The award to recognize you as a long-standing partner is not a bribe at all, but a true testament of what it is that we see in the value of the exchange that we have brought together to the table to make sure that we have more innovators coming to the pool. And to our Social Innovators program fellows and alumni, because we have a lot of the alumni in the room, beyond the graduating cohorts, whom you will all meet tomorrow. There are several alumni. After so many years of working, a whole decade, we have so many names in the room that I cannot mention right now, but at least we have maybe 50 of our fellows in the room, and I say thank you all for joining us today. We don't take you again for granted for being a part of our ambassadors pool. Thank you so very much. A lot has been said today. Like I said, this is not a hard stop. We've heard a lot about systems, disruption, innovation, leadership, corruption even, and so many other things. But you know what? Tomorrow is even a fantastic day. Tomorrow, I invite you, if you've enjoyed every bit of your time here today, I invite you to still participate in the program tomorrow, where we would even have more real, authentic talk about technology, innovation, disruption, leadership, and all these things that allow us to move mountains for social innovation to happen, for social entrepreneurship in Africa, and for each of us as Nigerians in Africa. And with that, I say thank you very much. Thank you, and have a blessed day.
Thank you so much, Kenny. Please, let's keep clapping. Another round of applause for Kenny.
Okay. Please, a round of applause for Kemi, an exceptional leader who understands the secret of leadership, carrying everyone along. not leaving any man behind. And that is what would spur every team member to push beyond the limits. Right before we break for lunch and wrap it up for today, we would have a breakout session for those joining us virtually. Like we earlier mentioned, we would definitely carry you along all through. But the barcodes are on the left, on the right, just in case you as well want to join them. There will be 3 different breakout sessions. One is Pangaea Capital, mobilizing innovative models for entrepreneurial disruption. Second is Business Advisory Clinic with consultants. And we also have Digivate 360, a digital workshop for entrepreneurs. You'd have to join only one of the sessions. You can't join 2 or 3 at the same time. I understand, I know you would want to join the 3 of them at the same time, but let's try and join one at a piece, except you are God the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit.
All right, thank you so much for your patience. So there's a protocol to getting lunch, and the breakout sessions are going to start at 4. Like Big Mo mentioned, you scan and you can join any of the 3 sessions. Also, for every participant who got a tag, please, we had to turn some people away at the door today because we were full. If you want to secure your spot tomorrow, kindly come with your tag and come on time so that somebody else doesn't take your seat. We look forward to receiving you here at 9 sharp, so that we can start and end on time. So thank you so much. Don't forget your tags, register for a session, and please work with the protocol team for your lunch. Have a blessed, okay.
Just before we put a wrap on it, the protocol will be, this will be for dignitaries, and the protocol for the person seated over there will take it table after each table, from the farthest to the closest for lunch. But before we step out, the board chair would want to have a picture with all Leap Africa staff. Please, board chair, madam. Thank you so much, ma. Please, let's have all Leap Africa staff to join her as she takes a picture with them.
All right, Leapers, please come up.
Let's leap on the stage.
Leapers, come up. Lanre, Pamela, thank you. Ferdinand, Fumi, Aniebet, Osarume, Messi, Memuna, Towo. We're quite a number. Please come in, come in. Richard, Kamal, Madam Chair. Okay, the other Claire. Yes, the other Claire. Where are you? Isaac, please. The Dean, please come in, come in. Thank you. Simisolua, please come forth. Rume, this picture cannot happen without you. Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. This is half of a fuller team. Sorry. Wait. I think Haruna, Fumi, Memuna. I think this is all. This is all. Memuna, you're the last person. Okay. All right, so we're ready.
Please, let's not forget, hashtag Sipa 2023. We would convene by 9 a.m. tomorrow. Registration kicks off by 9, and then we'll take it up from there for the rest of the event. We promise you that tomorrow will be shorter than what we experienced today and more impactful as well. So tell a friend to tell a friend. If your friend cannot join you physically, okay. And that is the Leapers. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Big No.
And my name is Ellen. Thank you for hanging with us today, and we look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Good night.
Please, let's not forget lunch is served. Protocol, our dignitaries would go through the door here, and the ushers would coordinate from the farthest table to the closest. And please, if you're stepping out of the hall, please do secure your valuables so you can exit the hall if you deem fit from there. Thank you so much. Do have a lovely day.